Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers, we are happy to see you again. Today is the second day of WorldNet Summit 2020. As far as you know, world's biggest online tech event for the smartest visionaries and innovators. WorldNet Summit is where the founders and CEOs of technology companies, fast-growing startups, policymakers and game changers go live together to discuss and build the future of technology. And this big event came through with the support and partnership of different big structures and companies. We are grateful to our partners, Ministry of Transport, Communications and High Technologies of the Republic of Azerbaijan and UNDP. And many thanks to our sponsors BP, International Bank of Azerbaijan, Startup Lithuania and PEMAS for making this event happen. If you are watching us since yesterday, so you know that today we're going to have very interesting speakers, very remarkable personalities, and one of them will begin our summit today. Seljuk Bayraktar is the CTO of Baykar, founding chairman of the T3 Foundation and chief architect of Turkey's first indigenous operational UAV systems. We have heard so much about him recently, and he became one of the favorite heroes in Azerbaijan. So please welcome Seljuk Bayraktar.
Sevgili izleyiciler, hepinize İstanbul'dan en içten selamlarımı iletiyorum. Öncelikle beni bu değerli programa davet eden Sayın Bakan Ramin Guluzade ve paydaş kurumlara teşekkürlerimi sunarım. Bugün sizlerle Milli Teknoloji Hamlesi serüvenindeki Baykar'daki yolculuğumuzdan ve sonrasında 2017'de kurduğumuz Türkiye Teknoloji Vakfı kapsamında yaptığımız faaliyetlerden bahsedeceğim. Tabii biraz zamanda geriye gideceğiz 2000'li yılların başına. 2000'li yılların başında Baykar'da biz bir mühendis ekip olarak dünyada tabii o dönemde insansız hava araçları ve dronlar henüz bilinmiyordu ve pek konuşulmuyordu. En ufağından başlamak üzere bir mühendis ekiple beraber uçuş kontrol sistemleri, yazılımları, elektronikleri, tasarımları olmak üzere çalışmaya başladık. 2000'li yıllardan 2014'e vardığımızda da kendi sınıfında dünyanın en iyisi diyebileceğimiz Bayraktar TB2 insansız hava aracımızı yaptık. Şimdi biraz tabii bundan 15 yıl öncesine gittiğimizde bir anlamda 15-20 sene öncesine gittiğimizde Türkiye'de de savunma sanayinde büyük oranda Türkiye dışarıya bağımlı bir şekilde savunma araç ve gereçlerini tedarik ediyordu. Ve o dönemde insansız hava araçları dünyada henüz az önce de bahsettiğim gibi çok bilinmiyordu. Ve konulan millileşme vizyonu kapsamında Türkiye'nin kendi teknolojilerini geliştirmesi kapsamında tam bağımsız ve bu alanda bir anlamda müreffeh olabilmesi için en ufağından başlamak üzere bir program başlatıldı Savunma Sanayi Başkanlığı tarafından. O günlerde söylediğim gibi Türkiye sadece savunma araçlarının, bu yüksek teknoloji araçlarının ancak %20'sini kendi imkanlarıyla karşılayabiliyordu. Bu geçen zamanda bugüne geldiğimiz sürede 20 senede yaklaşık 15 senede bu konulan vizyon sayesinde %70'lere kadar ulaştı. Yerlilik yani bu teknolojileri geliştirme kabiliyeti. Ben de sizlere 2005'te Savunma Sanayi Başkanlığı'nın yürüttüğü bir programda Türkiye'nin adeta ilk insansız hava aracı diyebileceğimiz en ufak İHA'nın bir demo programında yapılan videoyu göstermek istiyorum. Tabii o dönemde ufak bir maket uçak ama içindeki sistem ilk defa Türkiye'de yazılımıyla, elektroniğiyle, işte insansız hava aracı deyince bunlar robot uçaklar biliyorsunuz. Her şeyiyle milli olarak bizim tarafından, ufak bir ekip tarafından tasarlanmış bir sistem. Şimdi o gün yapılan bir konuşmayı sizlerle paylaşmak istiyorum.
biz bu projede tabii babamın en büyük şeyi var yani milli duygularla başlarken. Yani ülkemizde şöyle bir şey doğuyor bizim için. Ben dünyada bunun en son noktasını biliyorum. En son noktasını biz yapıyoruz Amerika'da. Kruz füzesine girecek sistemini biz yapıyoruz mesela. Yani Boeing bilmem ne, Lockheed falan bunlar büyük firmalar ama yani onların sistemlerini biz yapıyoruz. Türkiye bu noktada 5 sene içerisinde şu proje desteklenirse, insansız hava araçları noktasında bu proje veya bunun gibi projeler desteklenirse 5 sene içerisinde dünyada bir numara olabilir. Çok rahat olabilir, ben size söylüyorum bunu. Çünkü 10 sene sonra girecek şeyi ben yapıyorum veya benim gibi arkadaşlar yapıyor orada. Fransızlı yapıyor, Ermenisi yapıyor, işte İsraillisi yapıyor, Yunan'ı yapıyor, bilmem nesi yapıyor. Biz de yapıyoruz birlikte. 5 sene içinde olur. Çok rahat olur ve bu Türkiye için büyük bir fırsat bunu yakalamak. Bu teknolojiyi yakalarsa bu teknoloji uzay mekiğine dünyanın en gelişmiş teknolojileri giriyor. Keza uçağın içine de dünyanın son bulunmuş teknolojiler giriyor. Destekleyen herkese gönülden teşekkürlerimi, sevgilerimi iletiyorum. Sağ olun.
Tabii o dönemde orada gördüğünüz genç kardeşiniz bir yandan yurt dışında araştırma görevlisi olarak çalışıyor ve bu alanda çalışıyor. Tabii 15 sene öncesinden bahsediyoruz, ufacık bir uçak ve diyor ki biz kendimize güvenirsek, azimle, gayretle çalışırsak 5 sene içerisinde ülkemiz Türkiye dünyada bu alanda lider olur. Bunu biz Allah'ın izniyle yani geçen zamanda bazı sınıf insansız hava araçlarında başardık diyebilirim. Peki bu araçların içi tabii bunlar robotik araçlar ama yola çıkarken o çekirdek ufak ekiple yola çıktığınızda koyduğunuz değerler çok önemli. Yani bir taraftan ne yaptığınız, bunun yanında nasıl yaptığınız, ne yaptığınızdan daha önemli ve bunu niye yaptığınız hepsinden de daha önemli. Tabii biz dedik ki ülkemiz tam bağımsız ve müreffeh olsun bu alanda kendini savunabilir durumda olsun. İnsansız hava araçları biliyorsunuz savunma sanayinin yüksek teknoloji ürünleri ve dünyada o dönemde bilinmiyor. Bunu ülkemiz tümüyle dışarıdan alıyordu bu teknolojileri ve yeri geldiğinde verilmiyordu Türkiye'ye bunlar. Kısıtlamalara tabi tutuluyordu ki Türkiye açısından çok ciddi ihtiyaç duyduğu sistemlerdi. En ufağı da olsa biz bunu muhakkak tümüyle bir kere dedik ki ülkemizin bu alanda bağımsız ve müreffeh olabilmesi için muhakkak bunun milli olması lazım. Peki yüksek teknoloji geliştireceksiniz. Bunu kendi mühendisleriniz tasarlayacak. Yani tasarımı, işte elektroniği, yazılımı bunların içinde tabii en kritik unsurlar bu elektronik ve yazılım unsurları. Çünkü yüksek teknoloji orada gerçekleşiyor. Gövdesine bakacak olsanız o sınıftaki bir uçakta maket uçak gibi bir şey. Bunun yanında tümüyle bu bileşenlerin milli olması çok kritik. Ve dedik ki işte yüksek teknoloji geliştirmenin bir yolu daha var. İşte kopya çekebilirsiniz. Ama kopya eserler bir daha iyisiyle mümkün. Yani bir başkası yapacak ve ki siz onu kopyalayabilirsiniz. Biz dedik ki özgün olsun. En iyisi olmasa bile bu eserin tasarımı bize ait olsun ki biz kendimize güvenebilelim. Tabii bunun yanında yine az önce de bahsettim. Ne yapacağız? İşte milli bir insansız hava aracı yapacağız. Bunu nasıl yapacağız? Muhakkak etiğe ve ahlaka riayet edeceğiz. Bu bizim inancımızda da bize öğretilen bir şey. Ne olursa olsun kısa vadede belki zarar görsek de bundan uzun vadede muhakkak Allah'ın yardımıyla etik ve ahlaka o değerlere sahip çıkarsak muhakkak bir şekilde uzun vadede kazanmamız mümkün olacak. Bunun yanında eğer bu şekilde devam edersek, işte geleceğin teknoloji trendine odaklanırsak, bugünkü teknolojileri değil, yarının yarışlarına bugünden hazırlanırsak, bu milli ve özgün olursa, etik ve ahlaki olarak yola çıkarsak, biz tüm en azami gayreti de gösterirsek, dünyanın en iyisini yapabiliriz. Buna hep inandık. Bu 2000'li yılların başından bahsediyorum. Şimdi de o yıllardan bugüne serüvenimizi uçaklarla anlatan, uçakların kalkışıyla, ürettiğimiz insansız hava araçlarının kalkışıyla anlatan bir videoyu sizlerle paylaşmak istiyorum. Tabii 5,5 tondan 20 sene içinde 5,5 kilogramdan, özür dilerim, 5,5 tona 5.500 kiloya insan hava araçlarımızın gelişimini gördük burada. Burada yine tekrar etmek isterim. Şayet Türkiye bu eserlerini, bu milli teknolojilerini geliştirsin, milli teknoloji hamlesiyle vizyonu olmasaydı bunları yapmak mümkün değildi. Çünkü o dönemlerde biz bu araçları yurt dışından alıyorduk. Tabii en ufağından başlamak üzere insan hava araçlarımızı geliştirirken önemli hususlardan bir tanesi de bu yüksek teknoloji. Tabii çok kırılgan bir şey ve büyük gayret, büyük azim gerekiyor. Ben de ekibimle birlikte, mühendis arkadaşlarımızla, kadın ve erkek mühendis arkadaşlarımızla birlikte en ufağından başlamak üzere sürekli bunların kullanıldığı bölgelerde teknik destek olmak maksadıyla ve gelişmeleri hızlıca yapmak maksadıyla, inovasyon bir anlamda sürekli yenilikle oluyor. Sürekli yani muharebe sahasında sürekli oluşan hem problemlere karşı hem karşı unsurlara karşı sürekli bir şeyler yapmanız gerekiyor. Yaklaşık 4 senem, yani bütün bu süreç boyunca toplamda 4 senem Güneydoğu'da işte bu uçakların, insan hava araçlarımızın kullanıldığı yerlerde geçti diyebilirim. Tabii orada resimde Diyarbakır, Diyarbakır, Tapantepe, bunun yanında Şırnak'tan resimler görüyorsunuz. Ufak uçan Bayraktar Minia'nın. Ve bütün bu serüven tabii epey yorucu oluyor. Bir taraftan bazen bürokratik sıkıntılarla da karşılaşabiliyorsunuz. Bize önemli bir dayanak noktası da annemiz olmuştur. Annem de bizimle beraber çalışıyor. Biz bir aile şirketiyiz, Baykar. Abim Haluk Bayraktar, babam Özdemir Bayraktar kurucusu. Annem de iktisatçı, ekonomist. Bizlerle birlikte halihazırda birlikte. Onun nasihati bizlere hep yol gösterici, bu zor dönemlerde oldu diyebilirim. Şimdi sizlere 2009'da derlenmiş bir belgeselden onun nasihatini paylaşmak istiyorum sizlerle.
Artık kopma noktasına geldiğiniz yerler oluyor ama annemizin bize vasiyet ettiği bir söz bize bu zor anlarda dayanma gücünü hep verdi.
Oğullarım, bu geliştirdiğimiz teknolojiye, her türlü engellemelere, entrika ve yıldırma politikalarına rağmen Türk ordusunun şerefli evlatlarının hizmetine sunmamanız halinde sizleri başarısız addedeceğimin bilinmesini süt hakkım olarak niyaz ediyorum. Anneniz.
Hadi önde misin? Tabii sevgili annemizin nasihati hep bizlere yol gösterici oldu diyebilirim. Tabii Bayraktar TB2 insan hava aracımıza baktığımızda artık tabii ilk versiyonu 2009'da uçmuştu. 2005'te 5,5 kiloluk, 2009'da 450 kiloluk, 2012'de de 2012'den 2014'e kadar olan süreçte de 650 kiloluk kendi sınıfında dünyanın en iyisi diyebileceğimiz, tümüyle yine tasarımı bize ait, bütün elektronikleri, içinde 40 farklı bilgisayar var. Her birini biz yapıyoruz, bütün yazılımlarını. Ait bir sistem olarak Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri'nin envanterine girdi ve bugüne kadar Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri'nin envanterinde 280 bin saat hem Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri'nin hem de başka ülkelerdeki envanterlerde 280 bin saatten fazla görev yaptı. Bu %93 yerli sanayi katılımla, yani bütün bileşenlerin %93'ü Türkiye'de üretilmek suretiyle yapıldı ve tümüyle milli ve özgün bir sistem olarak envantere girdi. Ve Türkiye bu alanda, insansız hava araçları alanında 2014'te bizim yaptığımız mühimmat silahlandırma çalışmalarıyla Roketsan'la birlikte silahlı insansız hava aracı üreten 6 ülkeden biri haline geldi diyebilirim. Bunu yapan tabii çok genç bir ekip, yani 13 farklı mühendislik disiplininden, yani elektronik, mekanik, yazılım, robotik ve sistem mühendisliği gibi ve alt disiplinlerden oluşan 700 mühendis ve 600 teknisyenden oluşan 1300 kişilik bir ekip. Orada da resmini, toplu bir resim çektirmiştik pandemi öncesinde. Onu görebilirsiniz ve yaş ortalaması çok genç. Ben biraz abileri gibiyim diyebilirim. 30 yaş civarında kadın ve erkek mühendislerden oluşan bir ekip bunu yapıyor. Yani geleceğin bir anlamda dünyasını hep gençler inşa ediyor ve bu yüksek teknolojileri, inovasyonu dünyada, özellikle bunu başka teknoloji şirketlerinde de görebiliyorsunuz, gençlerin yaptığını. Ve şu anda Bayraktar, tabii en ufak uçakla başlamıştı bu serüven. Yine Türkiye'nin yurt dışına ihraç ettiği ilk insansız hava aracıydı. Bayraktar Miniha, bu 2 metre kanat açıklığına sahip. O 100.000 saatten fazla uçtu. Bayraktar TB2 ise bugün Azerbaycan'da da kullanılan 4 ülke envanterinde 154 adet olarak şu anda görev yapmaya devam ediyor ve bugüne kadar 2014'ten bu yana toplam 300 saatte 280.000 saati geçti ve Türkiye'nin yurt dışına ihraç ettiği ilk milli SİHA olma unvanını da taşıyor. Tabii bir yandan Bayraktar TB2'den sonra bu yarış hiç bitmiyor. Bayraktar Akıncı 5,5 tonluk çok daha stratejik görevler yapabilen çift motorlu daha büyük bir platformu biz 2017 yılında çalışmaya başladık. Şimdi sizlerle onun ilk uçuşundan, tabii ilk uçuşuna giden serüven de çok meşakkatli ve yorucu oldu. Uçağın özellikle boyutu büyüdüğünde aslında bizim gözümüzde şöyle, en ufak uçak hepsinin abisi gibi. En ufak o ama 5,5 kilo. Diğeri 650 kilo, bu da 5,5 ton. Ama büyüdükçe tabii komplikasyonlar artıyor ama o çekirdek, ilk çekirdek ve onun içine ne koyduğunuz, az önce de bahsettiğim o değerler, anlayışınız çok önemli ve ölçek büyüdükçe aslında o ilk çekirdekteki şeyi bir anlamda büyütmüş oluyorsunuz. Şimdi sizlerle Akıncı'nın ilk uçuş videosunu paylaşmak istiyorum. Açıkçası büyük bir mutluluk ve şükür duygusu. Yahya Kemal'in şiirindeki gibi bin atlı akınlarda çocuklar gibi şendik. Bin atlı o gün dev gibi bir orduyu yendik. Evet arkadaşlar, hayırlı olsun. Ona yakışır, milletimize yakışır, Türk milletine yakışır bir uçak olsun ve görevini hakkıyla yapsın, isminin hakkını vererek yapsın. Tüm duamız, gayretimiz bu yönde. Tabii Akıncı bir anlamda robot bir insansız hava aracı ve aslına bakarsanız bunlar akıllı bir şekilde yerde yürüyüp hangardan çıktıktan sonra pist başına kadar gidip sonra otomatik bir şekilde kalkıp otomatik bir şekilde görev yapabilen, tabii yönlendirmeyle, yani operatörlerin ne tarafa gitmesi gerektiğini, hangi görevi yapmasını belirleyerek çalışan araçlar. Bir taraftan da böyle biliyorsunuz günümüzde yapay zeka çok yükselen bir trend. Yapay zeka ile daha gelişmiş özellikleri, otonomi özellikleri kazandırılan bir sistem. Akıncı'da da 6 adet, yani Bayraktar TB2'den farklı olarak Bayraktar TB2'de 1 adet yapay zeka bilgisayarı var. 6 adet ayrıca yapay zeka bilgisayarı bu gelişmiş fonksiyonları üretmek için bulunuyor. Şimdi buradan konuyu ben otomotive biraz bağlayacağım. Biliyorsunuz günümüzde otomotivde yaşanan en büyük devrim elektrikli araçlar. Bunun yanında da akıllı elektrikli araçlar. Yani yavaş yavaş trafiğe de çıkmaya başladılar. İşte otomatik park eden, bir yere otomatik bir şekilde götürebilen bir sonraki adım. Bir anlamda geleceğin trendi olan ve bugünden aslında ben bir taraftan gençlerimizi bu alanlara yönlendirmek istiyorum. Geleceğin, çünkü bugünün bitmiş yarışlarına çalışmaya başlayacak olsak belki diğerlerini geçebilmemiz, diğer alandakileri geçebilmemiz çok zor. Ama geleceğin yarışına bugünden hazırlanacak olursak o alanda dünyada azami gayretle, söylediğim düsturlarla lider olabiliriz. İşte bir sonraki adım otomotivde akıllı ve uçan arabalar. Tabii uçan arabanın çok akıllı olması gerekiyor. Neden akıllı olması gerekiyor? Çünkü çok kompleks otonomi en emniyetli bir şekilde icra edecek ki insan güvenli bir şekilde uçan bir aracı yönetebilsin. Biz de bu anlamda çalışmalara, işte Akıncı hava aracımızı uçurduktan sonra ekipçe bir çalışmalarımıza başladık. Ve bu alan dediğim gibi belki bugün emekliyor, yani 10-15 senesi var. Birçok teknolojik kırılım ve paradigma dönüşümü de gerekiyor ama bugünden başlayanlar yarının oyuncuları olacaklar. Bu içinde bulunduğumuz sene içerisinde bir yandan Akıncı'nın testleri devam ederken adeta geleceğe de bir fişek çakmak maksadıyla Cezeri uçan arabamızın ilk prototipinin ilk uçuşunu gerçekleştirdik. Tabii Cezeri de önemli bir isim. Cezeri, ben de robotik ve kontrol uzmanıyım. Robotik biliminin dünyadaki kurucusu. Müslüman bir bilim adamı. Cizre'de yaşamış, Türkiye'de, Şırnak'ta yaşamış ve sibernetiğin kurucusu kendisi. Onun adına vefa maksadıyla biz de uçan arabamızın ismini Cezeri olarak adlandırdık. Şimdi sizlere hızlıca ilk uçuşun görüntülerini paylaşmak istiyorum. Tabii Baykar'daki insansız hava araçlarındaki bir sonraki hedefimiz, dünyada biliyorsunuz en son 5. nesil savaş uçakları geliştiriliyor. Onlar insanlı savaş uçakları ve 5. nesilden sonra insansız savaş uçaklarının göreve başlayacağı söyleniyor. Biz de yaklaşık aslına bakarsanız konsept çalışmaları çok eskiden bu uçağımızı geliştirdikten sonra artık bir taraftan geleceğin muharebe uçakları olacak insansız savaş uçağımıza çalışmaya başladık ve ilk uçuşunu 2023'ten önce ilk prototipinin uçuşunu yapmayı hedefliyoruz. Tabii bunun yanında bu içinde yaşadığımız yıl pandemi yılı oldu adeta. Bir yandan biz insansız hava araçları projeleriyle uğraşırken mühendisler olarak bu kazandığımız kabiliyeti insanlığın yararına sunabilmek için ne yaparız diye düşünürken yani biliyorsunuz bütün dünyada solunum cihazlarına yoğun bir talep oldu. Ülkemizde de ciddi bir sağlık altyapısı olmasına rağmen pandemi eğer belli seviyenin üzerine çıkarsa, sesini açarsak. Tamam, devam et, aç sesini. Evet, bu maksatla dörtlü bir Cumhurbaşkanımızın liderliğinde Sanayi ve Teknoloji Bakanlığımız ve Sağlık Bakanlığımız insanlık yararına hem ülkemiz yararına bir araya gelip hızlıca solunum cihazını geliştirdik. 15 günde ilk çalışan seri üretim prototipi yapıldı. Bu cihazları Türkiye binlerce üretti çok kısa bir sürede ve hatta dünyada bir adet bile solunum cihazı olmayan işte Afrika'daki ülkelere ülkemiz yardım şeklinde gönderdi. Bütün dünya bu cihazların parçaları üzerinden ve siparişler üzerinden kavga ederken Türkiye bambaşka bir yaklaşım sergiledi. Bir kere firmalarımız, bu 4 firmamız birbiriyle rekabet içinde değil, tümüyle büyük bir dayanışma içinde, adeta bir milli seferberlik ruhuyla bu konuya yaklaştılar. Dünyada biz bunun tam tersini gördük. Dünyada ellerinin işte parçalarını birbirlerine yasakladıklarını, ihracatlarını yasakladıklarını ve en nihayetinde başarısız olduklarını gördük. Oysa tersine az önce de bahsettiğim gibi yani ne, nasıl, niye? Yani bunu insanlık yararına yapıyorsunuz. Nasıl yapacaksınız? Tabii ki yardımlaşarak yapacaksınız ki en iyi sonucu en iyi şekilde alasınız. Niye yapacaksınız? Çünkü insanlığa bir nefes olmanız gerekiyor. Ve çok kısa sürede büyük bir dayanışma halinde binlerce cihaz üretildi. 4 farklı kurumdan, 3 tanesi Savunma Sanayi Kuruluşu, Aselsan, Baykar, bunun biri de tabii savunma sanayi, ikisi Savunma Sanayi Kuruluşu, birisi startup, ufak bir startup Biosys ve Arçelik'in de beyaz eşya üretmeyi, çok yüksek hacimde üretme kabiliyeti var. Ve bu kurumlarımız olarak biz 1000'in üzerinde cihazı ayrıca bağışladık. Bütün bu çalışmalar tümüyle bir milli seferberlik ruhuyla yapıldı. Türkiye hem kendi ihtiyacını karşıladı, hem dünyaya binlerce cihaz ihraç etti, hem de hiç solunum cihazı olmayan ülkelere yardımda bulunmuş oldu. Ve bunu bütün dünya adeta solunum cihazları için, dediğim gibi, az önce de söylediğim gibi, yarışırken başarmış oldu. İşte bu yaklaşımın farkı ne kadar büyük bir sonuçta fark yarattığını burada da ayrıca görmüş olduk. Tabii ben sizlerle biraz Baykar'daki serüvenimizden bahsettim. Baykar eski bir firma ama insan hava araçlarıyla alakası çalışması yaklaşık 20 seneye dayanıyor. Ve biz burada edindiğimiz görgü, birikim ve tecrübeyle ve bu yaşadığımız serüvende deneyimlediğimiz tecrübeyle şunu gördük. Baykar tek başına Türkiye'nin bu alanlarda sadece savunma değil, tüm teknoloji alanları özellikle ve 7'den 70'e adeta kültürel ve bir paradigma dönüşümüyle bir dip dalgası şeklinde ancak ortaya çıktığında gerçekten ülkemiz bütün bu teknoloji alanlarında, sadece İHA'larda, SİHA'larda değil, bütün diğer teknoloji alanlarında da, işte bilişim alanlarında da, telekomünikasyon alanlarında da ancak toplumsal bir bilinçle mümkün. Ve biz buna milli teknoloji hamlesi dedik. İşte tam da bu maksatla Türkiye Teknoloji Takımı Vakfımızı kurduk. Türkiye Teknoloji Takımı Vakfımızda biz özellikle bu kültürel ve paradigma dönüşümü hedeflemek için en gençlerimizden başlayarak olduğunu, tabii ki 7'den 70'e ama en gençlerle başlıyor bu iş. DENEYAP dediğimiz nesnelerin interneti, yapay zeka, robotik, kodlama gibi eğitim verdiğimiz, tümüyle ücretsiz eğitimler bunlar. Kamu kuruluşlarıyla ortak bir şekilde teknoloji atölyelerimizi kurduk. Şimdi hızlıca sizlere DENEYAP atölyelerimizde yapılan çalışmalardan bir video göstermek istiyorum.
Bir gün kardeşime bir broşür getirdi, vakfın broşürünü. Ben heyecanlandım, sınava girmek istedim.
4 tekerlekli bir araç yapmamız gerekiyordu. Aklıma da bir araç geldi, suda giden araçları görünce.
Uzaktan kumandalı araç yaptım. Bizden istenilen şey insansız robot yapmamızdı. Aklıma servo motorlarla böyle bacak sistemi yapmak geldi.
Ben aracımın çimde gitmesini istiyordum. Bu nedenle palet sistemi yapmaya karar verdim.
DENEYAP teknoloji atölyelerinden alacağımız eğitimle inşallah ileride yabancı ülkelerden aldığımız teknolojik aletleri, hatta daha da yüksek
DENEYAP teknoloji atölyelerimizde tabii uygulamalı ve tümüyle gençleri bu alanlara sevdirerek, özendirerek, yani bir taraftan robotik kodlamayla genç kardeşimiz robotunu tasarlıyor, bir taraftan da oyun oynuyor, bir taraftan da arkadaşlarıyla yarışıyor. Tümüyle dokunarak teknolojiyi öğrenme, dünyada da bunun metodolojisi var. İşte sistem denilen metodolojiyle eğitim atölyeleri kuruldu ve Türkiye satına yayılı bir şekilde şu anda Sanayi ve Teknoloji Bakanlığı ve Gençlik Spor Bakanlığı ile birlikte 30'un üzerinde DENEYAP Türkiye satında açılmış durumda. Binlerce öğrencimiz bu DENEYAP'larda eğitim görmeye devam ediyor. Bunun yanında Milli Teknoloji Hamlesi'nin kıvılcımı olacak büyük bir etkinlik düzenlemeye başladık. 2018'den itibaren bu yıl 3.'sü düzenlendi ve Türkiye'nin geliştirdiği teknolojileri bir şekilde sergilemek, bunun yanında teknoloji yarışmalarıyla bütün dünyadan katılımla bu alanları, geleceğin trendindeki alanları doğurmak için bir festival coşkusuyla kutlanan Teknofest dediğimiz İstanbul Havacılık, Uzay ve Teknoloji Festivalini yaptık ve bu ilk yıl tabii büyük bir ilgiyle karşılandı. Dünyanın en büyük ikinci havacılık festivali olmayı başardı. Havacılık gösterileri de var. Teknofest'in içinde girişim zirvesi de var. Böyle çok geniş yelpazeye hitap eden bir etkinlik. İkinci yıl 1 milyon İstanbul'da Atatürk Havalimanı'nda düzenlendi. 1 milyon 720 binle dünyanın en büyük havacılık etkinliği oldu. Üçüncü yıl tabii biz bunu Anadolu'ya taşıma kararı aldık. Gaziantep'te pandemi koşulları nedeniyle sadece bu teknoloji yarışmalarıyla yapıldı. Ben şimdi sizlere hızlıca Teknofest'in, tabii Azerbaycan'dan da genç kardeşlerimiz, 120 ülkeden katılım vardı. Azerbaycan'dan da genç kardeşlerimiz Teknofest'te katılmıştı yarışmalara. Onlardan da bir videoyu göstereceğim. Hemen sizlerle Teknofest'in videosunu paylaşmak istiyorum.
Teknofest'in ikinci yılında sizlerle birlikte olmaktan büyük bir mutluluk ve onur duyuyorum.
Teknofest kapılarını açtı. Heyecanla beklenen Teknofest bugün başladı.
Sesler tutuldu. Havacılık, Uzay ve Teknoloji Festivali'nin ikincisi bugün başlıyor.
Atatürk Havalimanı'nda devam ediyor. Festivale yoğun ilgi var.
Rekora imza atıldı diyebiliriz. Çünkü İstanbul'da 6 gün boyunca jetler havada takla attı. Kimse gözünü gökyüzünden alamadı.
1,5 milyon ziyaretçi sayısına ulaşıldı.
Bugün 1,5 milyonu da aştık ve dünya rekoru kırdık. Dünyanın en büyük Teknofest sizlerin sayesinde. İnanıyorum ki artık milli teknoloji hamlesi aşısı tuttu.
Ayakları yere basmaya ilk festival Teknofest. Ayakları yere basmaya ilk festival.
Tabii Teknofest'in merkezinde az önce de söylediğim gibi teknoloji yarışmaları var. Bunlar geleceğin trendini içeren teknoloji yarışmaları. Teknofest kocaman bir takım oyunu. 60'ın üzerinde kurum tarafından yapılıyor. Bunlardan bir kısmı da yüksek teknoloji geliştiren şirketler. İşte Aselsan'ın sponsorluğunu yaptığı, bir anlamda düzenleyiciliğini yaptığı insansız sualtı yarışmasının milli teknoloji hamlesinin hedeflerini gerçekleştirmek doğrultusunda kurgulanmış, tüm toplumla bu teknoloji geliştirme sevdasını ateşlemek için kurgulanmış bir oyun. bir anlamda bir festival. Şimdi sizlerle hemen o genç kardeşimizin, Azerbaycanlı genç kardeşimizin videosunu paylaşmak istiyorum.
Davut Süleyman hayali çocukluğumdan beri dünyada tüketici bir toplumda tükettiğimden fazla üretici olmak. Bunun yolunda birçok projelerde çalıştım. Şimdi de çalışmaya devam ediyorum. Kendi ülkemde mesela Azerbaycan'da teknolojinin ilerlemesinde katkı sağlamak istiyorum. Milliyetçi bir insan olarak, yani Azerbaycan Türk'ü olarak biz de bir Türk'üz. Kendi milletimde bu eksikliği, kendi devletimde bu eksikliği gördüğüm için elimden geldiği kadar kendimi ilerletip sonra geriye dönüp Azerbaycan'daki teknoloji şeyini ben başlatmak istiyorum.
Aç sizi aç. Tamam. Tabii genç kardeşimiz de inşallah bu yılda katılır. Ben diğer Azerbaycanlı genç kardeşlerimi de yakında duyurularına çıkacak. Teknofest 2021'e İstanbul'da düzenlenecek. Muhakkak bekliyorum. Tabii Karabağ meselesi bizim gençlik yıllarımızda adeta içimizde bir yaraydı ve bugün Türk ordularının büyük gayreti sayesinde, Azerbaycanlı ve Türk ordularının büyük gayreti sayesinde bu yara adeta son bulmuş oldu. Burada da milli teknolojinin, ülkemizin geliştirdiği milli teknolojinin rol oynamış olması bizim için açıkçası çok büyük bir onur. Ben burada hepinizin huzurunda bu zaferin asıl sahibi şehitlerimizi, ruhlarını şad etmek istiyorum. Aşk olsun Türk ordularına, yaşasın Azerbaycan, Türkiye kardeşliği diyerek hepinize, izleyen herkese teşekkürlerimi, en kalbi şükran duygularımı iletmek istiyorum. Sağ olun.
Çırpınırdım Karadeniz, bakıp Türk'ün bayrağına. Çırpınırdım Karadeniz, bakıp Türk'ün bayrağına. Ah ölmeden bir görseydim, düşebilsem toprağına. Ah ölmeden bir görseydim, düşebilsem toprağına.
Değerli izleyicilerimiz, bilirik ki hamınız Selçuk Bayraktar'ın çıxışının gözlürsüz bəri başdan söyləmək istəyirik ki, çıxış davam eləyəcək və hal-hazırda sizin üçün zaferi nasip eden de mutlak zafer sahibi de Allah'tır. Şehitlerimizin ruhları şad olsun. Rabbim Türk'ün şanını yüceltsin. Eşk olsun Azerbaycan'a. Bak bu sözlerin müəllifi Türk pualarının atası adlandırılan Selçuk Bayraktar hal-hazırda bizim bak bu canlı yayımımızda First News agentliyinin baş redaktoru Rəhman Hacı ile bir müzakirədə bulunacaklar ve sizin her birinizi Selçuk Bayraktar ve Rəhman Hacı arasında olacak o çok maraqlı müzakirəyə qatılmağa dəvət edirik. Buyurun izleyin.
Selamlar Selçuk Bey.
Merhaba Rahman Bey.
Sevgili Selçuk Bey, bir sorum olacaktır. Bayraktar'ın Karabağ'da 44 gün süren halk savaşının en beğenilen sembollerinden biri olduğu bir sır değil. Dronlar göründüğü gibi savaşta devrim yarattı ve Karabağ'da rolü paha biçilmez bir rol oynadı. Bence Azerbaycan halkı Baykar teknoloji ile Azerbaycan arasında gelecekteki işbirliği planları hakkında en azından biraz bilgi sahibi olmak isterdi. Bu işbirliğini derinleştirmek için herhangi bir planınız var mı?
Tabii teşekkür ederim. Ben iki kapsamda bu soruya cevap verebilirim. Baykar'ın teknoloji lideri olarak, bunun yanında Türkiye Teknoloji Takımı Vakfı Mütevelli Heyeti Başkanı olarak. Elbette zaten şu anda savunma alanında işbirliğimiz devam ediyor ama biz bunu daha öteye taşımak isteriz. Özellikle ortak projelerde, insansız hava araçları noktasında daha yeni projelerimizde birlikte Azerbaycanlı mühendis kardeşlerimizle veya oradaki kurumlarla da işbirliği yapmak isteriz. Bunun yanında Baykar'da Azerbaycanlı mühendis genç kardeşlerim stajyer olarak gelip çalışabilirler. Biz kendi ekiplerimizi kendi içimizden stajyer olarak yetiştiren bir kurumuz. Yani buradaki çok genç bir ekip var ama genelde kendi stajyer ekiplerimizden insan kaynakları süreçleri yürütülüyor diyebilirim. Bunun yanında T3 kapsamındaki projelerden bahsetmek isterim. Bir kere muhakkak Teknofest 2021'e İstanbul'a bekliyoruz. Ya özellikle yarışmacı olmalarını ben bir abileri olarak genç kardeşlerime tavsiye ederim. Bunun yanında yine benzer DENEAP gibi benzer teknolojiyi aşılama maksatlı projeleri de Azerbaycan'da gerçekleştirebilirsek ondan da mutluluk duyarız. Ve tabii ki Teknofest'te sadece katılım değil, belki birlikte bir Teknofest'te Azerbaycan'da da düzenleyebiliriz diye düşünüyorum. Biz yeter ki bu kardeşliğimizi sürdürelim, devam ettirelim, daha öteye taşıyalım. İnşallah çok daha büyük imkanlar, büyük projeler birlikte başarabileceğimizi düşünüyorum.
İnşallah. İkinci sorum Selçuk Bey Karabağ'dan olacak. Karabağ'daki son bu gelişmeler hakkında kendi genel izleniminiz nedir? Azerbaycan halkına söylemek istediğiniz bir şey var mı?
Tabii ben az önce yüksek teknolojiden bahsettim. Yüksek teknolojinin kendisinden daha önemlisi işte insansız hava araçlarından bahsettim. Onun nasıl yapıldığı ve niye yapıldığı diye söyledim. Yani ülkelerimizin insanlığın faydasına bağımsız kılmak, mazlumların yanında olmak için yapılmıyorsa aslında bunların bir kıymeti yok. Ama bunun yanında daha önemli bir husus var. Bugün biliyorsunuz Karabağ'da zafer kazanıldıysa, yani teknoloji de olsa bir tarafta, inanç olmayacak olsa, biliyorsunuz şehitlerimiz var. Bir kere bu zaferin asıl sahipleri onlar. İnanç olmayacak olsa teknolojinin de tek başına yapacağı pek bir şey yok. Teknoloji de bir inançla yapılmayacak olsa, o bahsettiğim ne, nasıl ve niye, asıl niye yapıldığı çok önemli. Şayet bu ülkelerimizi bağımsız kılmak, işte zulüm varsa zulümü ortadan kaydırmak veya az önce pandemiden, solunum cihazlarından bahsettim. Bunun için yapıldığında bir kıymeti var. İnsanlığa bir faydası olsun diye yapıldığında. Bu anlamda ben özellikle şehitlerimizi yetiştiren Türk milletine, Azerbaycan milletine teşekkürlerimi iletmek istiyorum. Ruhları şad olsun. Rabbim rahmet eylesin.
Amin inşallah. Siz yüksek teknoloji endüstrileri hakkında söylediniz. Bir sorum da bu hakkında olacak. Yıllar önce liderimiz İlham Aliyev siyah altını yani petrolün insan sermayesine dönüştürmek gibi stratejik bir hedef belirlemişti. Bunun katma değerli ürünler üreten endüstriler geliştirmemiz gerektiğini ve ilk olarak büyük veri ve yapay zeka çağında çok önemli bir rol oynayan yüksek teknoloji endüstrileri geliştirmemiz gerektiğini söyleyen net bir eylem çağrısı olduğunu düşünüyorum. Bu hedeflere ulaşmak için hangi yeteneklerin geliştirilmesi gerekiyor ve adımlar nasıl atılmalı sizce?
Bu soru için de teşekkür ederim. Bir kere ben genç kardeşlerimize, biz de biraz öyle yaptık. Geleceğin trendlerine odaklanmalarını, bugünün yarışlarına değil de, bugün var olan konulara değil de yarınki teknolojilerin yükselecek alanlara yönelmelerini tavsiye ederim. Bunlardan bir tanesi az önce sunumda da bahsettik. Yapay zeka. Yapay zeka şu anda yani dünyada teknolojik inovasyon en büyük değişimin ajanı, bir anlamda en büyük değişim getiren alan diyebiliriz. Bugün teknoloji yani neredeyse işte cep telefonlarını düşünün, akıllı telefonları düşünün. Her taraf hayatımızı kuşatmış durumda. Değişimin de öncüsü bir tarafta. Burada da yapay zekanın özellikle öne çıktığını görüyoruz ki bizim uğraştığımız alanlarda da insan hava araçları ve az önce geleceğin projesi olan uçan arabalardan, Cezeri'den bahsettim. Orada da yine otonom teknolojilerde çok önemli bir rol oynadığını görüyoruz. Ben genç kardeşlerimize bir kere girişim kuracaklarsa muhakkak firmanın boyutları, ufak bir girişim olmalarının çok bir önemi yok. Yani büyük de olabilir, ufak da olabilir. Aslında birbirinden farkı yok. Asıl olan sizin bütün bunları yani ne yaptığınıza karar verdikten sonra nasıl ve ne için yaptığınız. Asıl bunu bulmalarını. Yani insanlığa bir faydam olsun diye yapmayla işte bugünkü öğretiyle, kapitalist sistemin öğretisiyle sadece firmamı büyüteyim, zengin olayım güdüsüyle yapması arasında çok büyük fark var. Bunun yanında işte etik ve ahlaka riayet ederek yapmasıyla bu yollara riayet etmeden yapması arasındaki fark çok büyük. O yüzden ne yaptıklarından çok niye yaptıkları daha önemli. Hedeflerini dosdoğru belirleyip ki muhakkak akıllı davranmaları gerekiyor. Yani bugünün yarışları çok daha zor bir anlamda kuşatılmış olduğundan çok daha zor yarışlar. Yarının yarışlarına, yarının yükselen trendlerine odaklanırlarsa o alanda lider olmaları, ülkelerini lider noktaya taşımaları çok daha mümkün olacaktır. Muhakkak kendilerine güvensinler. En azami gayreti gösterirlerse dünyanın en iyisini yapmalarını engelleyecek hiçbir şey yok. Benim de Azerbaycanlı mühendis arkadaşlarım var, yakın dostlarım var. Onlar dünyada kendi alanlarında çok büyük işler başardılar. Ve elbette bu söylediğim hususların büyük önemi oldu. Ben tekrardan sizlere teşekkürlerimi ve sorularınız için size teşekkürlerimi iletmek istiyorum. Ve yayını izleyen tüm izleyicilerimize ayrıca teşekkürlerimi iletmek istiyorum. Sağ olun.
Ben de size teşekkür ederim Selçuk Bey. İnşallah Bakü'de görmek ümidiyle sizi.
İnşallah en yakın zamanda.
Görüşürüz.
Sağ olun.
Sağ olun.
Dear viewers, many thanks to Mr. Bayraktar and Mr. Rahman Haji for the interesting discussion, and now we're going to continue with our panel. Our next panel will be on the topic scaling to EU opportunities today, investors' insights. As you know, Lithuania is one of the fastest growing markets in Europe. It's ranked as a top 10 global ecosystem for affordable talent. And today we will listen to one of the main ecosystem players in Lithuania, Startup Lithuania. That's facilitating national startup ecosystem between fast-growing businesses, venture capital funds, accelerators, startup-friendly enterprises, and the government. So please welcome our speakers, Roberta Rudokiene from Startup Lithuania, Zagita Zaloniene from Startup Visa Lithuania, Victoria Vaitkevičienė from European Venture Fund Investors Network and Co-Investment Fund, Tomas Martūnas from Iron Wolf Capital, and Tauvydas Pipiras from Lithuanian Innovation Center. Please welcome.
Hello. My name is Roberta. I'm the head of Startup Lithuania, a national startup ecosystem facilitator. It's an honor for me to participate here in your event. And let me introduce who is representing science. Hi. Hello. Can you hear us? We have some problems with the internet. Hello, do we have to go further? Can you hear us? Okay, thanks. So I've just introduced Arune, who is working with a very interesting project, GovTech. Hello, Arune.
Hi.
We also have here Tautvydas, who is a representative from Lithuanian Innovation Center. Hi, Tautvydas.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. We also have Thomas, our investor from venture capital Iron Wolf Capital. Hello, Thomas.
Hi.
Hi. And another investor representing Co-Investment Fund, Jonas. Hello, Jonas.
Hello.
And we also have here my colleague from Startup Lithuania, Sigita. Hello, Sigita.
Hello, everyone.
So that's our panelists today, and we would like to present you our lively, thriving startup ecosystem in Lithuania, what it could offer for startups of Azerbaijan, why we think that it could be a great entry point to Europe. We will talk about this and discuss it a little bit later. So at the moment, we count more than 1,000 startups in Lithuania. In the previous years, our ecosystem developed really rapidly. We even have the first unicorn startup called Vinted. Our startups attracted more than 170 million euros investments last year, and the growth of investments reached plus 135%. And even this COVID situation and quarantine didn't affect our startups much, as what we see that their sales revenues rise. And even investment field was quite active, and we had more than 34 investment deals this year. We have really well-developed infrastructure for startups, a bunch of hubs, co-working places, science and technology parks, different governmental institutions helping startups, different incentives, a bunch of active venture capital funds, Lithuanian Business Angel Network, which is working and investing actively already the third year. So ecosystem is really lively. Really, a lot of good things are happening here. If to talk about the country itself, so Lithuania ranks number 4th in global fintech index. So we have a special sandbox by Bank of Lithuania for fintech startups, special legislations and newcomers programs. So our country is really famous and a good place for fintech startups, but not only for those. And what else? Maybe we can move to our panelists and to hear a little bit more from them. What is also important for startups that Lithuania have really a big pool of talents, a lot of people with higher education, with tech education. More than 90% of young specialists fluently speak English, and 50% of them fluently speak at least 2 languages. So we have a great talent pool, a great quality of life, and it's much cheaper to live in Lithuania than, for example, in another European country. So we really believe that it's a great place for your startup to enter European markets, to reach more than 500 million population and to scale from here. So let's talk more from the perspective of other ecosystem players, what they could offer startups from Azerbaijan or any other country, because we are really open ecosystem, and we already have a multinational startup ecosystem, and even great names, big startups, scale-ups have chosen Lithuania for their for the developing, like Booking.com, Revolut, Mambu. So let's move to Tautvydas. Could you please tell us a little bit more about Lithuanian Innovation Center? What could you offer startups, and how could startups from Azerbaijan benefit from Lithuanian Innovation Center and your services?
Of course. Thank you. So, hello everyone. Lithuania Innovation Center, which I represent, is a innovation support organization. It's a public organization which is open for any kind of SMEs or startups. And the main goal of our organization is to convert inventions into innovations, and then to help those scale up and grow those innovations into successful business and successful companies. And we are giving various kind of services and advices for the companies who wants to be engaged in this kind of bumpy road. So first of all, we are helping them to connect businesses, connect to the universities, to get some kind of science knowledge, how it could be adapted to their market. Also, we are advising companies how to commercialize these kind of ideas, innovative ideas. We are helping them to find relevant partners that could be good friends for them in that really bumpy road of innovations. And also we are seeing that lots of companies in Lithuania are struggling with innovation management, with the commercialization point. So we're helping them with that either. And we as Lithuania Innovation could be like a gateway for Lithuanian companies, and also for the foreigners who want to open a company or startup in Lithuania, to act as a gateway to the whole Europe or the whole Western world, in order to connect them with other innovative companies or people, or with the science institutions or other entities who just could offer a really beneficial for both sides cooperation, which would be beneficial for every side. And also we could help to connect those foreign companies or Lithuanian companies with the other members of the community, because we coordinate various type of clusters, like food cluster, wellness cluster. Also, we're cooperating with the robotics cluster. So in case your startup has some kind of technological solution or idea how you can cooperate with different kind of sectors, we can help you with that in Lithuania. And I think that we are struggling with the connection. So what I didn't mention else is that we can also could help for the startups to find a relevant funding for them, because we are working with public funding institutions as well in Lithuania and as well in European level, so we can pick up the right funding source for their idea and the level of the technological level of their innovation or company. So that's the main points of our services that we are providing for startups either in Lithuania or in other countries.
Since Roberta has some issues with the connection, I will try to help her. And later on, so would you, Aruna, tell us about GovTech Lab? Roberta, sorry, I'm trying to help you in this case and inviting Aruna to present the GovTech Lab, which was presented to, reason the collaboration between governmental institutions and find the way how to work for startups and these governmental institutions. So please, Aruna.
Thank you. Thanks, Sigita, and thank you, Roberta, for inviting us here. So GovTech Lab is a team in public sector that basically seeks to connect public sector challenges, tech challenges, digital challenges with startups or other innovative companies that might have either ideas or already solutions that could be used to solve them. So what we do is and why we even created this GovTech Lab was because on the one hand, we have many startups and entrepreneurs in Lithuania that try to find the ways they can create a profitable startup, but also have that kind of social mission or public purpose in mind. And we already have very successful examples of that, like Trafi, that expanded worldwide. At the same time, we have public sector that has many challenges and issues that are very interesting to solve. Not all of these challenges, some of these challenges could be found in other organizations as well, but some are very unique to public sector. And, to match the needs of the kind of 21st century citizen, you need to keep up with the innovation that could be provided by the startups. So the idea was to open up the public sector that's usually not very flexible or seen as a kind of potential client of a startup to startups and innovative companies, and create a process through which they can do that. So we created this process called GovTech Challenge Series, where we kind of in batches try to solve different challenges. We are now, we just finished the second iteration of this. So in the first and the pilot GovTech Challenge Series, we had only one challenge. And now for the second one, we just finished with 9 challenges and 9 solutions. And what we try to do during the challenge series, we help public sector define the challenge, to find the challenges that are actually interesting for startups to solve, that they can be used as kind of a kickoff for a scalable product, not just a one-time solution. And then when we have an open call for startups and companies, it will select the one that will go through together with public sector institutions intensive 10-week accelerator. So we help them kind of co-create these GovTech solutions. And for startups, that's an opportunity to find and get that expertise, the first-hand expertise, the data, and test their solutions so they can have that check that, it's actually working. And for public sector, that's an opportunity to kind of acknowledge that some of the very complex technological challenges could be solved in the public sector. And we're open to startups from around the world. Around half of the applications that we had this year, were from companies from abroad, with help of Lithuanian Innovation Center as well. They helped us a lot with trying to get that companies from abroad. And we had 1 out of 9. One of the startups was actually Scottish startup that kind of continued very successful cooperation with Lithuanian public sector agency. So that's kind of very quickly what we do. We basically trying to match that need of public sector to innovate, and then the desire from the entrepreneur side, from the startup side, to create solutions that might solve these public or social challenges.
Thank you, Aruna. I want to remind our audience that you can ask questions in the comment area, and after our presentations, we will try to answer them. So let's move to the most interesting part for startups. Tell us a little bit more about venture capital situation in Lithuania, about your fund. What startups are you looking for, what you offer, and something similar, how maybe startups from Azerbaijan could approach you.
Roberta, you referred to me?
Yes.
Because it was stuck. Okay. Hi, everyone. So, Iron Wolf Capital Fund, 21 million, plan to invest in 20 companies. Currently, we have 9 in our portfolio, but it's just the beginning. So, we always in the hunt for the good startups who are capable as rabbits to run fast, to run all across the Europe, then to run all across the US, the globe. So if you feel that your inner energy is quite strong and you're ready to run fast, then, we're happy to take a look at you. And our phase, what we're look at in the team, there is a strong founding team who have an experience in that field in which they're developing startups. You already have product or at least MVP, and you have some traction. Yeah, the best, of course, it would be that you would try to have it not only in Azerbaijan, but you would try some digital methods. Especially those days, it became much more easy as companies before wanted to have a feel and touch. Now more and more companies are capable to do their buying decisions remotely, and it becomes a new normal. So we would like that you have some traction or revenues outside Azerbaijan and have a view how your go-to-market strategy would look and why our investment is needed. So anyone who is interested and matching those criteria, feel free to approach us.
Thanks, Thomas. And Jonas, you represent very interesting fund, co-investment fund, which invests together with business angels. It's really interesting model and gives more possibilities for startups. Could you tell us a little bit more about your funds?
Sure thing. Hello, everyone. My name is Jonas Vitkauskas. I represent Co-Invest Capital. We are an early stage venture capital fund with a primary goal of investing alongside private investors or the so-called business angels, hence the name of the fund, Co-Invest. We are a generalist fund, therefore not limited by an industry. However, there are some industries in which we could not invest due to our requirements. These are industries such as weapon production or vices such as gambling, tobacco, or the hard liquor. We structure deals including at least 3 business angels, which are physical or legal persons, or venture capital or private equity funds that are not backed by public money. We contribute up to 70% of the total investment round, which on average, in our case, is somewhere between 300 and 400,000 euros. We are unique in a way that we cap our return at 6% annual compounded interest rate. And in the event of a successful exit or liquidity event, we transfer the excess funds to the investors of the same investment round that we invested in. So basically, our value add is leveraging the expertise and experience of the business angels. And what we seek is high growth, go-to-market stage companies. So far, we have made investments in 15 companies, ranging from food and beverages production to medical technologies and artificial intelligence marketing solutions. We have more than 120 business angels in the approved list of our private investors. Their experience is really wide, from financial sectors to production, to retail, and so on. From our experience, in order to be successful in raising funding, the startup should meet the standards of our fund, which include but are not limited to having broad expertise in the industry in which you start a new company. Of course, have a problem solution fit that is already more or less proven. Have a business model which we can test, and of course be more or less investment ready. And as I've mentioned, I think we are similar to other VC funds in the region, that we prefer the go-to-market stage with some proven early traction. In this way, the startup can substantially increase their chances of successful fundraising. So thank you all for listening. And if you have further questions or you want to contact us, you can go to coinvest.lt or shoot us an email at info@coinvest.lt. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas. So to be very clear and simple, if I'm a startup and I find 2 business angels that want to invest, let's say 10,000 euros, so I can expect to get 10,000 plus from co-investment fund.
In very simplified terms, yes.
So like a startup can think about doubling his investment.
Yes, or have an even higher leverage. Yes.
Great. Thanks a lot. When I was lost somewhere in internet, I haven't heard if Tautvydas mentioned their great expertise in EU funding, grants and different programs. Have you talked a little bit about that, or maybe you can tell us a little bit more, but you really consult and help startups to reach EU funding?
Yeah, so I'm just mentioned in a general way that we're helping with public funding, but as you mentioned, the EU grants are open for the startups in Lithuania also, and there are plenty of opportunities right now. About 30 calls open for the innovators from the EU to apply for different kind of topics, from VR applications to new internet solutions, and etc. And I would say those calls are a great advantage for the foreign startups that would be consider Lithuania as their destination, because usually those grants are given for the cooperation between two partners from different countries. So pretend that you are coming from other European country or non-European country, and you are already know that ecosystem, you're connected with them. And so if you just establish a new startup in Lithuania, then it's a lot easier for you to find a partner from other country that would be willing to connect with you on that partnership opportunity, and could get some kind of grant from 20 to 100,000 euros from EU funds. So I think that this kind of opportunity really attract many startups, and it could be also great opportunity for startups that see Lithuania as their destination.
Yes, thank you. I think we've listed a lot of things why Lithuania could be a great entry point, not just because of the lively ecosystem, great work-life balance, but also for the things that we've mentioned, investments, funding, EU funding waiting here, and governmental help, possibility of cooperation even with governmental institutions. And we even have some special ways created for startups to enter Lithuania and to open companies here. And Sigita, could you tell us a little bit more about our Startup Visa program?
So hello everyone once again, and yes, of course I can tell a little bit more about, so maybe I will just say a few words about Startup Lithuania, who we are and what we do in general in our ecosystem. So we call ourselves a facilitator of WOW Lithuanian startup ecosystem, and let's say we build bridges between startups, investors, governmental institutions, other stakeholders, corporates, and so on and so forth. As you can see, today we also gathered governmental institutions, investors, and other players. So this is what we do basically, and this is how we can help startups to engage the Lithuanian startup ecosystem better. So we do a lot of routine things, and maybe I will not stop on all these events and pre-acceleration programs and boosting the awareness. Let's talk about the Startup Visa, which is maybe the hottest topic today. So is it possible to come to Lithuania somehow and establish here the business for the startup? Yes, you can take a standard way and go as a traditional business, but there are some loopholes in there, and you might need much more money to do that, and much more time to do that, and much more efforts as well. But this is why the Lithuanian government started and launched the Startup Visa program in 2017, because what we see from the startup life itself, that if you want to scale fast, sometimes you need to do it quite early, and you need the ways how to do that. So if we don't want to waste money on all these registration forms, notaries, employing the employees from the day one, and so on and so forth. So this is what the Startup Visa program is all about. Basically, it was launched for non-EU startup founders, and it's quite simple. So they can just apply via startupvisalithuania.com. They are attending the video call, and this video call, it's kind of very good opportunity for startups to understand what is going on, because it's not just for us to understand who are you, but it's also the way for us to help you and to give you some mentorship, how to prepare, how to make the information clearer, more proper to what we need and what we expect from the startup, especially when the application form goes to committee members, because they do not talk to you, they do not see you, and they must understand what you're doing just from application form. So our team is ready to help you and just pinpoint the gray parts of application and prepare it properly. So after the video call, it goes to committee members, and if the evaluation is approved, then you receive the specific document which allows you to have this special legal grant for allocation. What does it give, or maybe what are the benefits in comparison to traditional business ways of coming to Lithuania? So first of all, if the founders from abroad are coming to Lithuania and want to establish a business and get the temporary residence permit just to stay as much as they need in Lithuania to run their business, they must put into the company as initial capital 28,000 euros. It's quite a big amount. If you're coming via startup visa program, you need only 2,500, which is the simple, normal amount for any Lithuanian or European Union citizen owner company, joint stock company. Second thing, which is also very important for early stage startup, there is no requirement on employment from the day one, because traditional business owners, if they want to get this temporary residence permit, they must employ at least 2 Lithuanians or European Union citizens. There is no this requirement for the startups under the startup visa program. As well as what is very good, that the startup founders can bring the family members along with them. There is no additional needed requirement for their legal ground to come here. It's just a family reunion. As well as maybe one good thing from my experience, the help, consultations, and mentorship during the engagement process after you are coming to your location. So we consult on company establishment, we consult, where to go, what to do, how to approach our investors, and so on and so forth. We provide you access to all the events. And so there are, I would say, plenty of benefits. Just, talk to us. And if you're thinking about a relocation, feel free to just reach us out.
Thanks, Sigita. And we already have one question. Estonia and Lithuania. Startup founders asking, for me in Europe, for the startup ecosystem, there are 2 pioneering countries, Estonia and Lithuania. We would be very happy if you could tell us your competitive advantage in this regard. So maybe Sigita, you can start, and maybe others would have something to add.
Okay, so first of all, we are kind of, Baltic Italians, so we are more enthusiastic, more open in comparison to Estonians, as well as you might know that the competition is quite high in Estonia, because plenty of startups are just coming year after year. So I would say that Lithuanian startup ecosystem is not so penetrated yet, and there's a higher chances, just to come and have a bigger piece of the pie once you're coming to Lithuania. And I assume that my colleagues from other ecosystem players might also add their insights on this question.
Beer is better. Beer is better, and ladies also.
Thank you. Maybe Jonas, you could add something from investor point of view.
Well, as there's been mentioned in the beginning of this stream, we sure have a seriously evolved infrastructure. First of all, a large pool of talents in the fields that require a lengthy education And I think these would be the most critical points which give us, a serious points of advantage. I think that labor pool, which is really talented, and infrastructure, such programs as Startup Visa and others.
Thank you. I would add that we are really kind of similar countries, small countries with a strong ecosystem, big talent pool, a lot of startups, and you just have to choose what you love more. As Sigita mentioned, Estonia is much higher in the north. We're a little bit more in the south with those advantages that Thomas mentioned. Pretty girls and good beer, and maybe it's just you have to visit maybe both countries and choose where is better for you. And one more question regarding our Startup Fair 2021. So I'm really honored, flattered that you know our event. So Startup Fair is really main international startups event in Lithuania, which is being organized by Startup Lithuania every year. And this year, due to this situation, we had to move the event online as today's event. But I really hope, fingers crossed, that next year, maybe in the beginning of summer, we will be able to have a live event, at least locally live, and have online translations. So I believe that we will organize this event. Okay, one more question. Watching this panel, I just started researching about Startup Lithuania and read that you act as a bridge between the government, venture capital, accelerators, enterprises, etc. Isn't it difficult to balance communication and relation with such different spheres? How do you manage? So I can start answering, and maybe Sigita, as other representative from Startup Lithuania, could add something. So Lithuania is really a small country, and it's in a good way. It's easy to reach anyone. You can directly go to the investors, directly go to the Ministry of Economy or any other ministry, and talk about your problems and search for solutions. So it's really, this size of a company makes it much easier to communicate with each other. Sigita, maybe you have something to add?
So yes, if we're talking about, the ease of communicating with completely different players and completely different tones even. So I would say this is the case of our team, which has completely different skills, and we are kind of working together. Some of us can talk with migration departments, some of us can have this very good balance and connection with the venture capitalists. Some of us have also the quite close relationships with our supporting programs. So I would say the teamwork in our in Startup Lithuania as such is basically the top-notch thing why we can be this bridge building agency.
Of course, it's not always easy. But we're trying to do our best. And maybe each of you could share some success stories, if you have such, how foreign startups used your organizations or approached you for the investment or even got your investment. So any success stories and maybe some tips and tricks, suggestions for startups from Azerbaijan, how they could benefit from you. Maybe we can start with Aruna.
Yeah, sure. I mentioned as well at the beginning that this year we had one company out of 9 that went through our GovTech Challenge series that was from abroad. So we had a Scottish startup called Vistal Works, and basically they've been working with the Consumer Rights Protection Agency on building this new product on how to automatically detect like dangerous goods and dangerous products sold online that are officially banned in the EU, for instance, but they're still sold. So I would consider this as one of more successful cooperations in terms of in the GovTech Challenge series, and that was from both sides as well. But the startup, they work now already with Scottish government and Estonian government and some international organizations. So they had that international understanding of how governments work in general. And I think one of the also reasons why they were able to kind of connect well and deliver the solution was that they didn't come out of blue to just, oh, I want to create the solution. They had the previous experiences of building products, for instance, to detect illicit goods and, illicit fake copies of products that are sold online. So for them, that was kind of a natural transition or a new product, the pivot that they wanted to do. And also to prove that they really want to work with Lithuanian government in Scotland. They even hired I think 1 or 2 Lithuanian people there because we have a quite big diaspora there, and they're they were good data analysts and good like IT specialists, but for them that was kind of a double win because they got a very good specialist in their team, and then they also had someone to communicate with in Lithuanian, for instance, with the agency. Although I have to admit that more and more, even public sector organizations are able to communicate very freely in English. And we even had our demo day all in English. So both public sector institutions had to pitch their challenge in English and startups. So that's definitely not a big problem. So now they're both the public sector organization and the team. They're moving towards the procurement stage. So I don't want to say that it's a complete success yet. We'll see if that kind of moves on into the specific contracts or anything. But I think especially in the GovTech field, it's still very new to even cooperate with startups for public sector organizations, and they have been doing that very successfully with already building kind of that new pilot solution and considering moving into like testing and moving into procurement. So I think that's one of the most successful cases in terms of GovTech field.
Thank you. Tautvydas, maybe you have some success stories from with foreign startups, non-EU startups, and how they won something from your services and collaboration.
Yeah, so I think the biggest number of foreign startups that benefited from our services are those who are searching for some kind of partner in Lithuania or some kind of technology which could be applicable in their own company. So we having many of these kind of success cases, but also I would like to mention the cases when startups really came to Lithuania from third countries, established here a new entity and started a venture here with the concept that they developed in another country. So one of those, it's the example how our ecosystem is really collaborating, as Startup Lithuania sent for a consultancy one startup from a third country to us, and we just checked their innovation, how they are going to develop it, and thought of the ways how they can scale with it. And we saw that for this particular startup, the sky's the limit, and the very, very big European funds could be open. So they weren't considering too much, and in I think 2-3 weeks they relocated their company into Lithuania. First of all, they are trying to apply to Lithuanian funds, but while they're trying to apply for Lithuanian funds, there's some a little barrier for them, because those applications could be applied and submitted only in Lithuanian languages. So in here, regarding the national funds, you have to find a Lithuanian partner or get an employee for there as well. There's a consultants who are helping on that. But what if those foreigners want to apply for European funds? It's everything is in English, so it's very easy, and we do not separate our clients whether they are foreigners or not, because if they have established a company in Lithuania, they're all welcome and open for the same opportunities as Lithuanian startups.
Thank you. Thomas, I know that your fund has invested in startups from abroad. Maybe you could share your success stories and some tips for startups, how to get investors' money.
Just do the product which customers loves. And it's very easy, yeah? If you do good product or in your category better than your competitors and have an ambition to win, then, as I say, then you are very much welcome. Yeah. So it's very easy. Yeah. And we're looking if you are really passionate about the problem you're solving, you know, or on the first stone which you're gonna meet on the way, you're gonna give up. So for us, that determination and energy level is very much important, and we look at the startup. So not much to add, really. I think if you're a great startup, the only thing what I want maybe to add is that going to Europe, yeah, especially with Lithuania, Startup Lithuania support, if they provide in terms of giving visa or even, you know, helping with the first capital and employment, I think this is something for you to consider, because then it opens the door for all European Union, yeah. To be treated differently by also London or Berlin or other big countries investors, because you already made the step of you know, going out of the comfort zone, out of your home, and understanding and established in the country who is the part of European Union. So I think it's important. So I encourage everyone who are considering, instead of considering, just start doing it.
Thanks. Jonas, maybe you have something to add. I think probably CoInvest Fund can invest only in Lithuanian companies, or foreign startups can also apply only when they have entered in Lithuania. Could you tell us a little bit more in this field?
Yeah, so our requirements require us to invest only in the startups or companies which 50% of the benefits generated by the investment flow to the Republic of Lithuania. So in simpler terms, these are the taxes paid, revenue generated, and newly formed job places. Of course, we are still in the middle of building our portfolio. However, I could say that we are very much open to the thought of working with foreign startup founders. We usually invest mostly into the team, and the team is usually never a solo person performance. So there's a few people in the team, and diversity is always a good thing because we live in an ever more globalizing world. So having more and broader perspective on things would be mostly viewed as a plus, and the industry team fit would be graded probably better if we had a multinational founders team. I can only say that.
Okay, thank you. Sigita, could you tell us maybe some success stories from Startup Visa startups? I know that we have about 60 startups that relocated through the whole period when we have this program. How are they doing? Have they benefited from being here in Lithuania?
Okay, so I think everyone knows that startups are startups and sometimes they fail, but what I am especially proud about to tell about Startup Visa program startups, that yes, of course, some of them were not so successful, but on the other hand, we have exits, we have investments, and quite a large investments. For example, MPT Pay, which came this year. Well, actually, they established their company this year in Lithuania, and now they are negotiating with the Bank of Lithuania on the licensing, as well as they opened the legal entity in UK, and they were invested. So fintechs are really willing to choose Lithuania, as well as, for example, we have SDK Finance, which story is completely different. They are not even trying to find the investments because they are successfully bootstrapping. And the number, I think they opened their company in Lithuania in late 2018, and last year we had like 6 signed numbers of revenue, and they are already, you know, like planning the perspective of next year. It's about a 7-number income, and as we can see, they are doing really, really great. And you know, the fintechs are not only who are thriving in Lithuania, as well as, for example, we have PCPA, who are like biotech company. They came from Russia. And okay, I will not try even to repeat what they are doing, but it's related to some peptides and substances for cosmetic as well as medicine. But they won a grant, €1 million+ for their further development of their complicated name of the product. And yes, and they are also collaborating with Lithuanian company and Lithuanian universities, just, you know, to move forward. And of course, even those are not only success stories. We have also the hardware, Agritech, which came in also 2018. Now they are already having the fully created product, and already in a very like deep negotiation with the Nordic countries, you know, just to scale their product to these countries. So I could tell more and more because we really have success stories, but I think it's not enough time for me to tell everything that I know about startup visa startups.
Thanks, Sigita. We have one question for investors. In this COVID time, is it possible to invest on a startup miles away? Are you listening to startup pitches online? Thomas, maybe you could answer.
Yes, we're listening. We probably gonna finish the first investment without seeing founders physically in January or February. At least we made a decision without seeing founders physically. Yeah? So it is possible, but of course it's much harder to do than because still this is about, you know, long-term relationship. Yeah, so this is the same as, you know, getting engaged through the Zoom. Yeah, so you know, you look at Roberta, say, oh, you know, she's nice. You know, Roberta, do you like me? Yes, let's get engaged. So it's kind of complicated, even if I like her. Yeah, you know, you need to live for a little bit, to breathe the same air, to feel the same energy. So I would say that, you know, from the day one you contact the fund till the investment, usually it's, you know, a dance of 4 months, let's say. Yeah. So probably then the fund will invest. They still would like to see you, you know, before they're gonna transfer money, but it doesn't mean that they stopped searching. You know, funds are always in the search of, according to their view on investment thesis, where to invest. Yeah. So therefore, most of the funds have not stopped looking at the deal flow. So they still looking and are looking. But I believe that in terms of the investment, the decisions might be slower than usual ones.
But that's new reality. I think we moved so many things online, and it appears possible even to have a party online. So That's just new normal, and everything is
Yeah, just maybe from my side, small recommendation maybe for the startups. As I say, the usual process is, I don't know, 4 months. Yeah. So it is important, at least for us, and I believe it's going to be for most of the investors, how you deliver according to your targets. Yeah. So if you come and while we talk, you deliver, I don't know, 30% of your whatever you drawn in Excel, then probably I need to calculate the 30% or 70% discount on your business plan, on your execution capabilities. Yeah. So make sure that then you start that journey and approach whatever you draw in the first 4 to 6 months, you feel quite comfortable that you're gonna execute it. I don't know, with 90% probability. Yeah. Because if it's gonna be the very big gap, then you're actually shooting yourself into your leg. Yeah. And then I would not recommend to start fundraising journey. So this is just maybe the small recommendation, for you and a hint.
Thanks a lot. And we are running out of time. So one last question. What is the biggest success story of startup in Lithuania? So I would definitely say Vinted. Yes, our first unicorn. Tesonet, great cybersecurity company, which already have more than 1,000 employees and are bootstrapping successfully. Maybe my colleagues would have something to add. Trafi, which operate very successfully in Berlin and scale further. TransferGo, fintech startup. So there are a bunch of those. And as we don't have more questions, I want to thank a lot my participants of this discussion. Thanks for your time, for your thoughts and suggestions. Thanks for the organizers of this event. It was a pleasure. I think it's our first time in Azerbaijan. And it's a pity we couldn't do it in real life, maybe next year or someday when we will get vaccines. So I wish everyone to be safe and to consider Lithuania as an entry point to Europe. And if you have any more questions, you can reach out to any of us directly or through Startup Lithuania. So thanks a lot and goodbye.
We are grateful to our honorable speakers from Lithuania, and we continue our summit. Dear viewers, if you remember yesterday government's panel, we highlighted the importance of the contribution of the government institutions, organizations in the innovations. Acknowledging the role that the state has played and should continue to play in shaping innovation enables us to begin debating the most important question: what is the new vision needed to drive future economic growth and the future of technology? And today our speakers will definitely touch key points on that. Speaking about our honorable speakers, I would love to introduce them. Deputy Minister of Transport, Communications and High Technologies of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Elmir Valizadeh. The Chairman of the Board of the Small and Medium Business Development Agency, Mr. Orhan Mammadov. Deputy Minister of Innovative Development of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Azimjon Nazarov. And Rector of the Technical University of Azerbaijan, Mr. Vilayat Veliyev. And this panel will be moderated by First News as Information Agency's Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Rahman Haji. Please welcome.
Okay. So, dear guests, dear speakers, I welcome you at this wonderful event as a part of Innovation Week. So, as you know, our guests today represent in Azerbaijan and Uzbekistan. So, I will start with our questions, and my first question will be to Mr. Elmir Valizadeh, the Deputy Minister of Transport and Communication and High Technology. Elmir Valizadeh, long time no see, nice to see you. So my first question will be about the role of the government in future development of innovation. Recently, as a part of discussion with Seljuk Bayraktar, we touched this issue, and I noticed in Facebook and in social network that this issue provoked a kind of discussion about the role of the government. So it would be very interesting to hear you and to listen, how do you see the role of the government in the future development of innovation and technologies in Azerbaijan Republic?
Okay, thank you, Rahman, for your questions. First of all, I would like to greet my colleagues who are now with me in this panel of discussions, and all participants who are following this session. Regarding your question, I can say that today no one doubts the role of innovation and technologies in economic development. About 4.5 to 15% of all GDP is estimated as size of the digital economy. The United States and China have 40 in this share. Azerbaijan also pays special attention to this area. The government's activities in field of innovation and high technologies are aimed at sustainable socio-economic development, transparency, and improvement of public services, strengthening the potential of business and production of innovative and competitive products. To achieve these goals, purposeful steps are being taken. Industrial and technological parks, funds are being created, and incentives are being applied. Strategic roadmaps, various pro-state programs are adopted. Institutional reforms are carried out, and the development of innovation ecosystem is supported. Digital infrastructure is developing. The application of digital technologies in government is expanding. New state information systems are being created. The G-Cloud, government cloud concept, and G-Cloud migration plan have been adopted by the government of Azerbaijan. Smart city services are expanding in the country, and this activity is one of open government initiatives in Azerbaijan. According to the National Action Plan for promoting of open government for 2020-2022, research on application of the concept of smart city and the identification of opportunities for the pilot project is needing completion. However, technology is evolving rapidly. At present, the fourth industrial revolution has become a leading force in the economy. This revolution knows no boundaries, changes the people expectation and quickly adopt them to new services and habits. New digital platforms where citizens and companies can interact are fundamentally changing our lifestyles. It's not accidental. According to some statistics, data processing in current year, 2020, was 40 times greater than in 2009. And the number of interconnected devices increased by 7 times. Cloud technology, mobile technology as 5G, smart city, Internet of Things, big data, advanced analytics, blockchain, artificial intelligence, and robotics dominate in data-driven innovation. The Azerbaijani government used these technologies to provide digital services and implement a series of projects. In this regard, our long-term vision is to continue innovation-oriented reforms, increase the range and volume of modern services through the implementation of new technologies, transition to the digital government, expand the coverage of next-generation high-speed broadband network, increase digital literacy of citizens, support startups in their development stage, to strengthen the capacity of companies to produce competitive products and services and develop the digital economy. Of course, the role of government is very important here. Today, innovation and technologies are applied in all areas. The government is driving force and primary consumer of these opportunities. Our ministry is already taking steps in this direction. The Republic of Azerbaijan is preparing a strategy for digital transformation in 2021 and 2025 years. Preparation of this strategy is carried out taking into account international experience and results of pandemics and latest trends in technological development. Our goal is to support the sustainable, competitive development of our country through technology. It will focus on improving the legal framework, facilitating across to technology, increasing digital skills and human resources, developing e-commerce, increasing number and quality of digital services, developing and implementing the technologies of fourth industrial revolution. At the same time, it's planned to develop a strategy for the development of artificial intelligence. It's important to involve entrepreneurs and all members of society who are knowledgeable in digital technologies in this process. In the digital environment, the protection of personal data and cybersecurity are also very important. We believe that these strategies, as well as the innovative development strategy being developed, and Azerbaijan's cybersecurity and information security strategy, which is already awaiting approval, will play an important role in the future development of our country. I think this is indicate the role of government in innovative development in each country. And I am sure my colleagues from Uzbekistan and the other colleagues who is represent Azerbaijan will speak about the same things, but maybe in other words. And therefore, this is global trends of the world to be innovative in each country. We follow by same way, but we choose the relevant to our current situation some approach. That's my answer.
Yeah. Thank you for your very detailed speech with so much of interest and information and details. Thank you, Elmir Muallim. But as you mentioned, a lot of work is being done in Azerbaijan. So I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is Mr. Orhan Mammadov, chairman of the board at Small and Medium Business Development Agency, which plays a crucial role in supporting and developing the SME, which is a very important sector for Azerbaijani economy. So I know that Mr. Mammadov prepared a very interesting information for our listeners today. So I want to turn to him and invite him to share his vision with our listeners and other speakers. Buyurun Orhan Müəllim.
Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, first of all, I would like to welcome all of you on behalf of Small and Medium Business Development Agency of the Republic of Azerbaijan. And of course, thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this panel. Traditionally organized to promote introduction of innovation and development of digital technologies, this event is of great importance and provides a favorable opportunity for development of cooperative and, of course, business relations. We are stepping onto a brand new path of development. Digitalization and innovative development are no longer an alternative, but a vital path to development. The challenges we are facing at the global level and solutions to them are directly related to work that we will do at the local level, first of all. The recent process taking place in the world are also putting forward new tasks, such as responding to the modern day challenge, preventing and minimizing the impact of the pandemic on business and economy as a whole. Like other countries, Azerbaijan also have got some plans to get out of the situation in such a difficult period with little losses. These plans include activities on the development of competitive sectors of Azerbaijan economy for the post-pandemic period. This includes certain measures to support, first of all, the development of digital economy. The implementation of these measures is carried out based on the principles of equality and parallelism, and the key goals is to provide future development prospects for entrepreneurs of the country. In the coming years, our development strategy will mainly serve the creation of innovative and technological products and services, and state support for this field will be wide and multi-faced. Innovative thinking and creative approach can be developed only in favorable conditions. Of course, among the key objectives of Small and Medium Business Development Agency of our Republic, supporting the development of startups as well as micro, small and medium business is a priority for our agency. The newly established SMB development centers in various regions of our country, which are mainly focused on the development of innovative entrepreneurship and provide access to business knowledge and skills, are considered an important direction in our agency's activities. In addition to business training and consultancy services, business incubators also operate under these centers. Another newly established center will be an innovation-based one. I want to tell that. In this center, the process of digital modeling and production training will be carried out. Besides, the equipment sharing model will be applied for the first time in our republic. We believe that traditional guidelines and laws should be an obstacle to innovative businesses, but rather at all stages, businesses and guidelines should be adapted to each other. We are always guided by this principle in our activities. The agency has submitted numerous proposals for improvement of draft laws and other normative legal acts on this field. It's also worth noting that norms that cover a wide range of privileges and tax benefits for startups and their innovation activities has already been established by the laws of the Republic of Azerbaijan. As another support mechanism, by the decision of the Cabinet of Ministers, the Small and Medium Business Development Agency was entrusted to organize and conduct tenders on financing and ensuring financing of education, science, research and support projects on the development of micro, small and medium-sized businesses in our country. We believe, of course, that this support mechanism in its turn will increase the interest of SMBs, first of all, in innovation-related activities and encourage the formation of new ideas in this field. In addition, I want to tell that the agency regularly carries out a number of educational and motivational activities. For example, in September this year, startups from 80 countries took part in the International Startup Competition, which is annually organized by the Islamic Development Bank. In general, 15 Azerbaijani startups specialized in mobile applications, smart devices, and e-services took part in the national selection round of this event. It's gratifying that the W-Ball project, and what's the project? It's an electronic device that cleans items without using detergents. By the Minamate in Azerbaijan startup team has been selected as winner of the national round in Azerbaijan. W-Ball project of the winner startup represented Azerbaijan in international startup competition held in Dubai in October also this year. Innovative measures taken in e-commerce, e-governance, e-payment, cybersecurity, e-signature, digital solution, and other fields, which are the key components of the digital economy, increase the opportunities for developing innovative business ecosystem, promoting the use of domestic products and services, both by the private, of course, and public sectors. I hope that the usable discussions will be held within the Innovation Week and successful results will be achieved for the implementation of promising projects. I would like once again to express my gratitude to the organizers of this conference and best wish for successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Orhan Muallim, for a very interesting speech. I want to now ask our guest from friendly Uzbekistan, Mr. Azimjon Nazarov, a Deputy Minister of Innovative Development of Uzbekistan. As we could hear from the speeches of Mr. Elmir Valizadeh and Mr. Orhan Mammadov, very serious work is being done currently in Azerbaijan because for our country, this sector is very important. I know that Uzbekistan, despite the pressure from pandemics, is one of the most dynamically developing economies in the world right now. And we would like to listen to hear from Mr. Azimjon Nazarov about a little bit about Uzbek economy and the share of high technology in this economy, and maybe a little bit about the future plans of Uzbekistan in this direction. Mr. Azamjon, the word is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Rahman Haji, His Excellency Elmir Valizadeh, and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's an enormous pleasure for me to take part at the government address section of the Innovation Week and also World Net Summit, which is being held. And believe me, my colleagues from Uzbekistan, including myself, have been enjoying the watching the events online, live. Of course, the pandemic put us in pressure to move all our activities online, and this also could be a innovative way of getting things done, implementing our activities together. Regarding your question about Uzbekistan's past, I just want to mention that Uzbekistan is one of the highly populated country in Central Asia, more than 34 million people, and main part is most of them are young. More than 50% of the population are young generation, which shows that Uzbekistan has a great potential. Young generation usually would like to think outside of the box. They would like to be inventing, and they are more creative. Therefore, the government, as my colleague has mentioned, government in Azerbaijan taking the driver's seat and making the reforms. Similarly, in Uzbekistan, the government is taking the reform seat and implementing a lot of reforms. And one of them is implementing innovation ecosystem in the country. In this regard, our Ministry of Innovation Development has been created end of 2017 with the goal to introduce innovation in every sector of economy, at the same time to promote, to foster the economic development. We all know that without innovation, the countries cannot be competitive in these days because of the population increase, the climate change, and all other factors make all us to be creative, to be innovative. Therefore, Ministry has been operating with all the other relevant agencies. 2018, the year was declared of innovative development for Uzbekistan. Of course, this allowed us to be known in the country for other agencies. At the same time, it puts us a lot of pressure to make sure that we select the right path to move on. In this regard, in 2018, we were able to develop and also adopt the national strategy for innovative development for 2019 and 21. During the development of this strategy, the experts, pool of experts, were discussing what is Uzbekistan's niche to become competitive. As Uzbekistan known as agriculture country, some of our colleagues were suggesting that we select the agriculture as main sector and we put our efforts into developing agriculture sector. Some of our colleagues changed their mind. They said, let's take the industry. And some of our colleagues suggested we go for tourism. We have a big touristic potential. However, at the end, the team came into conclusion that in developing every sector, we need to develop the human capital. Therefore, the core goal of the strategy is concentrated developing the human capital, which allows to improve to build all the sectors of the economy. In meantime, another goal of the strategy to be among the top 50 countries within Global Innovation Index. We took the Global Innovation Index as a measuring tool to identify what our weakness and what potentials we have. So in 2015, when the first time Uzbekistan was monitored and evaluated through Global Innovation Index, we were 122 among 140 countries. And during last couple of years, effort showed that we were not listed even in the Global Innovation Index. However, 2020 was one of the lucky year for us on this respect. We're back in Global Innovation Index with a ranking of 93 among 130 countries. Of course, this is a baseline value for us, baseline condition we know. At the same time, the strategy has several major directions to move on. One of them includes improving the education system in general. Just I can bring example that, as I mentioned, that we are a highly populated country. Unfortunately, 9% of the graduates from high schools were eligible to get into universities. So direction of the strategy is improve this condition. So we would like to have more higher educated people in the country, so which will allow to improve the technological development. So the goal is to be by 2030 to reach to 50%. By this year, we increased this number to 20% by introducing new universities. We have now more than 124 universities in the country. Last couple of years, the opening the private universities was questioned. Now there's restrictions are out. We have the private universities, other universities can be established, and at the same time, the quotas for university students are eliminated. So every university has a decision to take as much students as they can handle. Another part of the strategy is funding for innovation. As we all know, innovation is risky activity. As my colleagues already mentioned, not every bank sector is ready to invest in innovation, because rule of thumb says out of 10 ideas, 1 or 2 could be successful and become an innovation. However, if you do not fund them, we will not know which out of 10 could be successful. In this regard, increasing the funding to innovation ecosystem, which includes the amount of increase in funding for universities, for research, for R&D activities, and at the same time introducing new mechanisms such as the venture funds and other activity mechanisms that fund the innovation system is useful. So as part of the strategy, we have been developing new legislative activities to allow these new mechanisms to foster in the country. So increasing the funding from the government budget is also going along. So the goal is to reach to 1% from GDP. Currently, we are spending 0.2% from GDP on research and innovation. So the strategy states that by 2021, we'd like to increase to 0.6% and overall then reach to 1%. And hopefully some days we can be proud and can increase this number to 4% or 5%, just like in Korea and Israel. But this is the start point. More money comes into the research, then research can bring the results, which can go into real sectors of the economy and become as an innovation and bring back money to the economy. All these activities is part of the strategy. So in this regard, another activities which is one of the important ones, building the innovative ecosystem. As was mentioned by my colleagues, it could be technoparks, it could be incubators, accelerators, and supporting the startups and so all other members of the innovative ecosystem, which was rather new to Uzbekistan. Last 3 years, these activities are expedited. Not only we are promoting not only government spending or government support of innovative ecosystem. At the same time, we are creating environment to bring the private sector, at the same time international actors to invest and also to support the startups and also innovative infrastructure. This is a starting point, and in this regard, the startup support also one of the important activities. As my colleague, Mr. Mamadov mentioned, support on small and medium enterprise when they are just starting their business is a key factor. So within the ministry, we have a fund to support the innovative activities. Within this fund, we've been able to provide seed money for some of the startup companies. Of course, they are at the initial stage, they are at the growing stage. In the activities, support activities are very much needed. And I'm sure today's event, such events, innovation weeks and other events are very useful for these startups to learn from their friends, colleagues from Azerbaijan and other parts of the world, what steps they have taken in order to get the goals and at the same time build relationship. Hopefully, this event will be productive for the startups companies as well. They find their partners, they find their maybe potential investors and so on. So therefore, I once more time would like to thank our colleagues from Azerbaijan for inviting us from Uzbekistan to take part in this wonderful Innovation Week 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nazarov. Indeed, very interesting speech, and you touched very important issues as creating ecosystems and investing into human capital. This is a very important, I think, issue for Azerbaijan, because decades ago, our president defined a strategy of turning the oil, our black gold, into human capital. So this is our vision. And now I would like to turn to Mr. Vilayat Valiyev, Director of Azerbaijani Technical University, because it's not impossible to create any human capital without universities. As we know, in the United States and other developed countries, universities such as Harvard and Stanford and MIT and others play very important role as a part of this ecosystem that cultivates and fosters the innovation. We all remember the news, the headlines about founders of Google, Sergey Brin and Larry Page visiting their first office at Stanford by surprise. And we remember the stories about Zuckerberg creating Facebook in his room at Harvard. So my question to Mr. Vilayat Valiyev is, how do you think, what we need today to increase the number of startup ideas in our universities? Is it possible? And how can we create this kind of environment in our alma maters? Thank you. The word is yours, Mr. Vilayat.
Dear our moderator, Rahman Muallim, dear Emar Muallim, Orhan Muallim, Aminjon Muallim. First of all, on behalf of the Azerbaijan Technical University, I would like to express our deep gratitude to Minister of Transport, Communication and High Technologies of Azerbaijan Republic for the opportunity to speak today at this event. Let me welcome each of you in the third Innovation Week held in Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan Technical University is a higher education institution specialized in training of key industry area in Azerbaijan. Constantly raises awareness of student and technological innovation and developments, and pays great importance to innovative approaches in the teaching process and scientific researches. Recently, our university enhancing collaboration with business companies to bringing the university industrial cooperation to the fore and made hard effort to preparation of skill workforce having competency to work this technological innovation as per the requirement of the labor market. Thus, it is turn implies to deploying for more electronic techniques and the teaching and researching process and necessitates adopting of CDIO concept. It is mean concept, design, implementation, operate, approach, embracing a technological and handling knowledge as specific to the technical universities. Finally, our university has launched Hub 1877 Incubation and Acceleration Center, where teachers and students having innovative ideas can work together in close collaboration with private sector, which aim to contribute to development to the startup ecosystem in our university. To note, our university is less able to deliver to high quality specialties to labor market. We are performing serious reforms last 1 year and present innovative product to market. First of all, we make serious effort to expand our university cooperation with the enterprises. That's how we aim to enhance education quality by employing available opportunities from this cooperation. The quality of education has direct positive correlation with the level of research quality. Therefore, we strongly support research activities that will deliver valuable output to business aimed at meeting labor market demand. With this in mind, we perform necessary institutional reforms driven by labor market demand. We are building necessary infrastructure, supporting state, education, innovation, and business relation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fuat Muallim. Thank you for very interesting information. So I'd like to continue with our speakers. And again, my question is to Mr. Elmir Velizadeh, Deputy Minister of Transport, Communication and High Technologies of Azerbaijan. Elmir Muallim, I have another question for you. So we talked a lot about the private sector and about the small and medium enterprises and their role. So how would you assess the role of the private sector in the innovative and digital development of Azerbaijan? And what do you think should be done to increase this role of the private sector? Thank you.
Indeed, the participation of private sector in the digital development of the country is very important. The projects implemented in public-private partnership are more efficient, effective, and innovative because the solutions developed and services provided by private companies adequately meet the challenges of modern times. The share of private sector in the field of information and communication technologies in Azerbaijan is 82%. Local ICT companies implement national projects in education, health, culture, customs, taxation, justice, migration, social protection, real estate, and other areas. They go to foreign markets with own products. Of course, government also supports companies operating in field of innovation and high tension. To promote local companies abroad, to establish business relations, to increase access to foreign markets, local companies are supported. The companies, they participate in exhibitions, business forums, and other events abroad. At these events, our country is represented by national pavilion, where the products or services of Azerbaijani companies are displayed with interesting expositions. Technology parks have been established in the country, and 10 years exemption from property, land, and incomes taxes are applied to residents of the parks. Preferential loans are provided to entrepreneurs and grants to startups. Micro and small business entities that receive a startup certificate are exempt from tax a period of 3 years. In order to support small medium enterprises, including startups, the rule for use of funds of Innovation Agency under our ministry were approved. According to this rule, use of agency funds is carried out in form of investment, soft loans, and grants. I would also like to note that agency's startup experience in grant financing was assessed as a successful experience in the report Sub-Regional, in report Sub-Regional Innovation Policy Outlook 2020, prepared by UNEC, United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Our market is open, along with local companies, foreign companies also operate in market. Of course, our goal is to ensure competitiveness of product of these companies in foreign and domestic markets. It's important to strengthen the cooperation of large companies with startups, macro and small businesses, and to implement joint initiative projects. There are positive examples of this in the country. Large companies supported governmental initiatives and create business incubators and co-working centers, invest in startups. Creation of opportunities for venture financing of small and medium business is also important. Recently, for first time in Azerbaijan, the representative office of well-known Turkish Boğaziçi Venture Funds was opened at Innovation Agency. Startups will be able to apply the 5 million investment fund allocated by Boğaziçi Venture Funds for development of startups in Azerbaijan. A large company, which is angel investor, can also acquire to stake by attracting the startups. As a result, the private sector implements innovative projects with startups, as well as bring benefits to its budget and government. These factors itself lead to provision of new incentives to foreign business partners to increase their share in the local economy. I think public-private partnership more important for innovative development of each country, and therefore we fully support our private sector, and we invite the startups and other companies, foreign worldwide companies, to collaboration with our companies, and we're ready together elaborate many projects which will serve for development of Azerbaijan, and they will serve for the regional needs. And finally, I want to express our great thanks to my colleague from Uzbekistan. Our two countries established new tradition. Azerbaijan involved to the Inna Week in Uzbekistan. Now the minister and deputy minister gathering to our events. I think this is indicate potential of our countries. If we will try cooperate together, we have more chance to be more competitive in the global high-tech market. This is our aim, and therefore need to strengthen our relation between all friendship countries which we have. I wish success. Thank you.
Thank you, Elmir Muallim, for really interesting speech and a lot of details about the creating of ecosystems. Both you and Mr. Nazarov touched the funding of the startups, and you mentioned that Boğaziçi venture capital firm already involved in our Azerbaijani ecosystem. I would like to continue this discussion with Mr. Nazarov and to ask a little bit more about creating a startup ecosystem. As you mentioned, the seed funding is very important for startups, and availability of venture capital firms, angel investors, as Mr. Velizadeh mentioned, and the hedge funds and private equity and various players is very important. But in our newly emerging digital economies, this may be challenging. So my question is relating this issue. What is the startup ecosystem right now is in Uzbekistan, what it looks like, and what opportunities do you see there in this sector? And what is Uzbekistan's strategy for developing startups in the nearest future? Thank you, and the word is yours, Mr. Nazarov.
Thank you very much. Dear moderator, as I mentioned in my previous talk regarding the startups, the startup ecosystem is rather new activity for Uzbekistan. And understanding the concept of the startup is also new activity. In this regard, there are a lot of work we have to do. However, we have been surveying the startups in the country, and in order to assess the current situation and see what kind of startups we have. I'd like to mention some of the key points here. So the survey shows that most of the startups in Uzbekistan are less than 1 year old, which means that they are still young. And on industry sector, 30% of the startups comes from fintech, 27% from marketplace, 24% from medtech, education sector 18%, and others. And also, most of them are at the pre-startup stage. This shows that support for startups is very needed. At the same time, the survey showed that most of the startups are concentrated in Tashkent city. 56% are in Tashkent. This also shows that it might be because of the universities to be located in Tashkent, also the funding also available, most of them in Tashkent. At the same time, the survey results that the question regarding the needs for startups, there was what kind of support is needed to the startups. It could be investment, networking, mentorship, new staff, or skills. The survey results shows that 89% of the startups mentioned that they need investment, and around 55% they need support on mentorship. And on this current sales they're making, they are still at the development stage, and this shows that the startup activity at the early stage. In this regard, what we are doing, as I mentioned, we're developing the current legislation base to allow to foster this environment. More startups can be created. For these activities within each university, now we have a special innovation support fund. So universities spending some of their amount into this fund, the fund can be then spent for supporting the startups that are being created by the students and also faculty members within the universities. At the same time, new decree, within the new decree, government supported or the state funded corporations, they also transfer some of their amount into special fund to support innovation. And in this regard, they can spend this amount to support the startups. And regarding the age of the startups, as I mentioned, they are still very young, and founders that establish the startups, 80% of all founders are under 30 years old. This indicates that we need to pay more attention to the young generation who are with outside the box thinking, at the same time have creative. They are very creative. And of course, I just want to mention on gender balance, we are not doing good. Of the surveyed startups, 97% show the founders are men. And in this regard, the ministry is, when funding the startups, we are calling special section that we support more women startups. So this in order to allow the participation of the women, females in these activities. And also we surveyed how many startups and what employment they have. 40% of the startups are still students. And this shows that students are going to startups. They can go into risk. And this shows that more, as my colleague mentioned, if we support more universities, we provide more funding, more infrastructure such as accelerators and incubators within the universities, will get more benefits. And we also asked about their experience, whether it was a positive or negative. So far, 48% of the surveyed startups, they have a positive experience. 20% has negative experience, and 32% are saying that they still cannot answer. And when we ask them what other activities they do, only 30% are concentrated on the startups only. So which means that, as I mentioned, some of them are students. At the same time, other business owners or other sector members are starting their startups and their new businesses. So more mentoring, more support is needed to improve this condition. And in general, the startup activity, as I mentioned, is new. And in this regard, the mentoring and supporting activities. Accelerator, just one example I can bring. We have funding through the ministry, 34 startups, and some of them went through the CAT Science Accelerator, which is part of the Advanced Technology Center within the ministry. And we can see now results. The startups that gone through Accelerator program are doing very well. And startups that didn't go through Accelerator program, they still need a lot of support. So this shows that we need to do more acceleration programs, more mentoring programs in order to foster this activity, and also to make sure that startups are successful. just at the end, this shows, at the end, I want to mention that internationally experience is very important. The colleagues has mentioned that supporting the startups and bringing it into international level is agenda. And in this regard, from learning from each other will always benefit, and therefore we support this type of collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nazarov, for very interesting, I would say, speech, and I wish you best of luck in fostering and cultivating this culture of innovation in Uzbekistan. It's easy to copy technology, but it's very difficult to create the culture of innovation. So I'd like to continue on this and a little bit develop with Mr. Orhan Mammadov, because I know that Small and Medium Business Development Agency is very, I know that they are very cautious in this issue, and I'd like to ask what measures to support services and access of small and medium enterprises to innovations are being undertaken by SMB agency. Mr. Orhan Mammadov, please.
Thank you for your question. Of course, one of the main goals during the establishment of Small Medium Business Development Agency, it was to support the development of micro, small, and medium-sized businesses in Azerbaijan. Then it's to increase the role of SMEs in economic development. Of course, to achieve these goals, the agency has worked to improve the business environment, expand public services to businesses, protect SME interests, improve access to markets and finance, and provide the SMEs with access to knowledge and innovation. From this point of view, the establishment of SME development centers, which I previously mentioned in my speech, is important. First of all, in terms of socio-economic development of a country, and increasing interest in business and stimulating entrepreneurship. And I can mention that early in our early activity, when we just established our agency, we organized the visit of local startups, local innovators, the visit to USA, to Boston Innovation Summit. It was in year 2018, and all of this visit of our startups and entrepreneurs was organized and financed by our agency. It's one of the measures that we taken. And then we can say that in order to provide startups, micro, small and medium-sized businesses with lifelong learning opportunities, our agency regularly organize such trainings, seminars, workshops, and other events. Of course, we do it now when in this pandemic situation. Especially, we did it online, of course. As I also mentioned, one of SME's contact platforms with entrepreneurs and local businessmen is the SME development centers. This is a mechanism to achieve the goal of providing SMEs with access to knowledge and innovations. I would like to note that these SME development centers also provide services to support innovative entrepreneurship, startups, family business, also to promote entrepreneurship among women, people, and businessmen with disabilities and youth, and to educate local SMEs, and of course to organize seminars and internship programs.
Thank you very much, Orhan Muallim. Thank you. I wish you best of luck in this very important, I think, work for Azerbaijan, for our business community. Dear speakers, dear guests, we are running out of time, unfortunately. I wish we could continue, but we have to say goodbye today. So thank you very much for joining us tonight and sharing your vision and thoughts about these very important issues. See you next year, hopefully, and goodbye.
Thank you.
Dear viewers, thank you for watching us. Our WorldNet Summit 2020 is still going on. Many thanks to our previous panelists, and now we are moving on our next panel. At Corporate Innovation Forum, international recognized tech brands and related organizations will share best practices for integrating diversity and inclusion initiatives that have created innovative cultures and resulted in positive changes in their organizations. So how can companies innovate successfully? Our next panelists will help you to find it out. I would love to introduce our panelists right now. State Custom Committee, Iqbal Babayev. Center for Analysis of Economic Reforms and Communication, Vüsal Gasımlı. Murat Emirdağ from hepsiburada.com. Emin Veli from KeepFace. And this panel will be moderated by Orhan Isaev, who is representative World E-Commerce Forum. So please welcome.
Dear guests and all the participants from all over the world, my name is Orhan Isaev, and I'd like to greet you all from Turkey, Istanbul, from World E-Commerce Forum, which is established by my partner, Mr. Ömer Nart. First of all, I want to thank WorldNet Summit organizers for the excellent event experience and perfect organization. We are going to have a panel for about 40 minutes, and we will discuss cross-border e-commerce and the latest progress in this field. Let me introduce my guests from Azerbaijan State Customs Committee, Mr. Anar Suleymanov, from Center of Economic Reforms Analysis and Communication of Azerbaijan, Mr. Arhan Gadashov, from Turkey, hepsiburada.com, which is one of the best companies in Turkey about marketplaces, Mr. Murat Emirdağ, from Azerbaijan Global Influencer Marketing Platform, KeepFace.com, Mr. Emin Veli. Dear guests, welcome to our panel and thanks for joining to us and separating time. Mr. Anar Suleymanov, if you want, I'd like to start with you. As we know, about 2 months ago, updates on custom exemptions were introduced in Azerbaijan. How did these update affect on products brought to Azerbaijan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Isaev. I'm feeling really honored and happy to have this chance of participating in this WorldNet Summit and, contributing a little from the customs perspective. First of all, I'm very happy to see you all, and I believe that we will be having very fruitful and interesting discussions. In fact, I prepared a little, presentation, so covering all the issues and also the vision of State Customs Committee in this area. So I just want to start with that, and then, we will have time for questions and all. So let me just share my slides, but I think they blocked it. I cannot, share the screen. I would ask organizers to open it for me. Do you hear me?
Organizers. If you want, we can continue without presentation.
Yeah, but of course we can continue without presentation, but that would be, I'm afraid, a little bit boring. But let me start.
Yeah, of course.
Because I wanted to show you certain, things and figures, and can organizers hear us, or there is no connection with them? Just let's try first? If not, I just move on without presentations.
I talk to them.
Yes. Should we wait or?
Yeah, they are doing now.
Okay.
Could you please try?
Yes, I think I can do it now.
Yeah.
Can you see? Can you see it now?
It's okay.
Yeah. So I just want to be very brief and to share with you the customs perspective regarding cross-border e-commerce and in general even broader concept of digital trade, and to explain what we are planning and what we are doing at the highest policy levels, and what is our vision regarding this issue. So that's why I call this Customs Service of Tomorrow, and what comes next. The agenda is very simple. I will talk a little bit about the state of play, the current situation, the changing environment in the light of digital transformation. But also, then I will talk about how it affects customs control philosophy and what kind of issues coming up in the global customs agenda, and what are the local realities. Then I will move to customs innovations related to cross-border e-trade in general, and we'll talk a little bit about digital customs and some other innovation projects that we have done and we are doing.
Mr. Anar, could you please make it full screen?
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So before starting this, I just came up with a simple question about my organization, about the State Customs Committee. And that question is very simple. I just thought to myself, are we future-proof? Since we are talking about innovations and, rapid developments and rapid and drastic and, changes, I come to understand that, in fact, what surrounds us is what we call, in managerial terms, VUCA world, which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, environment. So under these circumstances, when I put this into this picture, the cross-border trade environment, which is around us, which is around customs service, we see, some changes that we could forecast, but some other changes that we couldn't forecast nor predict. And first of all, I will tell very, little about COVID pandemic that is very broadly discussed. And I just went through the WTO figures and wanted to share the world merchandise trade, which is the proper, object of customs clearance, is falling and by 13 to 32% in this year, and that depends on optimistic and pessimistic scenarios. And if you look at the figures in Azerbaijan to the merchandise trade turnover, and I just took the last 10 months' figures, it's around $21 billion US, which is almost 25% decline as compared to the last year. So, on the other hand, with these unexpected issues, we have some expected changes, like changes in business needs and management practices, innovations and quality changes in logistics, and penetration of very innovative business models to cross-border trade environment. which of course poses new challenges for customs and requires customs service worldwide to be more agile in that sense. Then all along these years, we observed changes to legislation, especially under the customs reforms program. We have introduced, as you just said, new provisions and new practices, and that we did, first of all, of course, at the legislation level. On the other hand, besides national legislation, we come up and we deal with the WTO and World Customs Organization, which is WCO, instruments and tools. Then, of course, we have these government programs, strategic roadmaps, and new customs code in the pipeline. So all these changes, in fact, create that volatile environment. Of course, I cannot I cannot help but talk about advancing technologies. That's 3D printing, big data, blockchain, and augmented reality issues. If you look at 3D printing, if traditionally we would have to deal only with the physical movement of goods, now the transfer of technologies and just printing in-house the items avoid all physical customs borders. And coming to changing trade patterns, I would especially mention the growth of e-commerce. All these changes, and with the change in e-commerce environment, of course, we come with cloud-based value chains, virtual trade operators that we cannot trace and track, and increasing risks in terms of customs management. And of course, this all means limited control over a global supply chain. Now, all these changes require at the strategic level for all customs services, including the State Customs Committee of the Republic of Azerbaijan, highest possible degree of strategic agility and innovation. So we understand that future cannot be predicted, but we try to forecast it based on certain scenarios. Now, to be specific about e-commerce, since we have, we are now discussing under this panel e-commerce, basically. E-commerce is very good and it's very, developing and very benefiting to all stakeholders. But when you look from customs side, it poses certain challenges as well. We are facing now, as international customs community, what we call ant-shipping practices. It's about sending large number of small shipments in a stream. Then we have another problem with what we call drop shipping, where shippers could be located anywhere and never physically be in possession of the goods, because they use warehouse service to ship them to the purchaser. So we cannot really locate them. On the other hand, another important issue for customs is the quality of the data we collect from the trading community. The accuracy, adequacy. In here, I just want to avoid all the customs terminologies, just want to give as an example HES coding, what we say, the specific coding of all traded goods. Usually we receive not in a very quality way. Then also logistic providers, sometimes they just act as importers on the records. So we cannot, again, identify the final buyer or end consumer. It all creates limited visibility and limited controls over supply chain. And again, the use of multi-channel platforms, including social media, websites, also kind of something new for traditionally thinking customs minds. So If you look broader to the issue, if you just go beyond e-commerce, you come to digital trade, and then digital trade meaning the transference of products digitally, like downloading of software, music, films, and books and all, again, which is expanding and increasing. So in here, no physical product is exchanged and no borders are crossed. And if you look at the Uruguay round, there is a even duty-free moratorium on electronic transmissions. So from customs perspective, we again face risks and with a big question, how to deal with digital trade today and tomorrow. And because we are the government organization entitled to protect society, to ensure security, to think about IPR issues and revenue collection. Now, in digital trade, due to the free interchange of digital products, the content of such products cannot be checked simply and in terms of security. Now, just, coming down from this global agenda, I just want to focus on some figures happening in Azerbaijan related to State Customs Committee. These, again, are the figures from 10 months of this year. So we had to deal with almost 15,000 infringements, smuggling and other administrative infringements. So about drugs, weapons of mass destruction, and then items of cultural value and all other things. On the other hand, we had this task from the very start of the year to contribute. We need to contribute to budget around $3.9 billion US. So from the one hand, we need to act merciless. We need to fight all these infringements in the most merciless ways, but then we need to behave efficient, that we can collect these revenues and build, all that partnerships with trading community. So the solution we see, in the forthcoming 3 to 5 to 10 years is shifting our mind, is just, introducing new practices, providing better electronic services. By the way, this year we delivered around 2.5 million e-services, and we are one of the top in the country amongst the government agencies. So we understand that we need to go paperless, we need to simplify, automate, and harmonize the procedures. But it all requires, as I said, a very big shift of mindset. Now, traditionally, if you talk to customs officers worldwide, they are so-called border guys. They are always focusing on border issues, border crossing issues. But in fact, nowadays, with the penetration of ICT, with the rapid advance of technologies, customs needs to think beyond borders. We need to be proactive. We need to think about before and after borders approach. So digital drive should target beyond border procedures. Customs needs to recognize that it's a data-rich organization that we need to understand, and we need to use at the best ways the data that we are collecting. So we need to shift to data-driven and evidence-based decision-making. And we need to move from business intelligence, which is traditional analytics, to predictive analytics, as we say. So we need to think not about what happened, but what will or could happen. Again, we need to ensure somehow the quality of data we collect from trading community, especially under the framework of all this e-commerce drive. Also, we need to develop or obtain relevant technologies to provide better service. Now we are talking at the experts level among customs about establishing digital borders, avoiding all those physical borders that we are all used to, and trying to capture big data across the industry ecosystem, and then use tech-savvy resources, to tackle the difficulties and challenges of the digital world. I just put some examples which are pretty new for our administration, but also for the world customs community, like cyber patrolling. It's about monitoring websites and social media. So today's customs is, very active in social media, not just for visibility, but also for customs control and clearance issues. Just to put all this into a very specific customs problem, I just choose one topic, trade facilitation. Traditionally, we would focus on, ensuring facilitation towards for all traders. I mean, 100% of traders needed to be covered by trade facilitation initiatives. But nowadays, we just understand that based on the data we collect, we can actually focus on compliant traders only and far in advance before crossing borders. So it's the shift of mindset actually needs to be put in practice to be filled.
Sorry, Mr. Anar, may I remind the time is really...
Yes. Actually, I have only a few slides left, so I will just go very quick. So this is the list of innovation projects we have implemented. So we started with single window, and then we, started digital customs initiative and customs cooperation, exchanging data with trading community, other government agencies. Smart customs, as you said, we launched this year, opening up a new, opportunities for e-commerce and risk-based selectivity, and also trusted trader programs, which is now very well known in the media. And also my idea at the highest levels, we believe that human factor is the key for success in future. The organizational structure, new staff, improved knowledge management, and gender equality, and this type of issues, which is directly related to human factor. The very last slide about the good news for our trading community and to society in general. We launched smart customs. We want to be everywhere and through all devices, and we want to provide more and more services through mobile devices in your pockets, let's say. Then we are having this electronic TIR project, which is about international transit. And also we are joining the European Union new computerized transit system, which will make the life of international shippers a lot easier. So I think this is all. So you can see the milestones of the recent years' progress at the Customs Service of Azerbaijan. So 2021, as you see, we are planning to work more on digital customs. That's all from my side. So I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much for detailed presentation. My next question is to Mr. Murat Emirdağ. Dear Mr. Murat, as we know, hepsiburada.com is intensely preparing for operations around the world with cross-border e-commerce. Which countries are you going to start with?
Thank you so much, Mr. Orhan Bey. I appreciate this great opportunity, and thanks to the Ministry of Transport, Communications and High Technologies, as well as WorldNet Summit Organization. We really appreciate this opportunity. Just to give you an idea, Hepsiburada is the leading e-commerce platform in Turkey and surrounding region. Actually, it offers over 30 million SKUs across 40 categories and has over 200 million monthly visits. So it's a giant e-commerce platform, but actually more than that, it's actually an ecosystem, which also offers its own retail and marketplace operation, like you said. Also, we have last mile delivery services, which offers grocery and food delivery service within less than 30 minutes. Also, we have our own logistics company, and we have our own payments company. And then, of course, we have our ad publishing platform. But the last but not least, we also have Hepsi Global, which is the one actually you just referred to. Hepsi Global is our gateway to actually serve over 1 billion customers surrounding actually within less than 4 hours flight distance from Istanbul. So our main goal actually is to address this population because Istanbul is in a very central hub. And of course, we want to capture this audience in the Middle East, in the Gulf area, North Africa, Central Eastern Europe, and for Russia, etc. Now, of course, we have a great news to share with you guys. We recently launched in Azerbaijan, so we are very happy and very excited about this. So we really want to address and serve our customers in Azerbaijan, and it actually is very recent development. And our goal actually is to expand our actually business and the way we're going to serve Azerbaijan customers. So this is actually a very great news for us, and we are very happy to be here with all these Azerbaijan customers. And our goal actually is eventually to become the leading super app in the greater region. So which is going to be the largest tech platform from between India and Germany. That's our goal. And so for the sake of time, I stop here, but our goal actually is to expand every single month moving forward. And actually one of the key milestones was to begin our operations in Azerbaijan. And hopefully all the customers will appreciate our service, and we're gonna still keep investing in Azerbaijan and grow our business.
Good, great. Mr. Murat, when we evaluate cross-border e-commerce on a regional basis, there are many local sites. What will be your communication strategies to increase competition advantage and penetration according to other companies? For instance, in Europe or in Northern Africa?
Our goal actually is we really believe that it's all about understanding the local dynamics and customer needs. So we actually believe, for instance, in Turkey, as you know, there is actually a lot of strong global competitors in Turkey, and we are the local player and the market leader. So the way we're going to handle this actually landscape actually is the way we see the competition is we see it as actually a great reason and driver for higher quality of service. So we really focus on our investments in technology, operations, and logistics. And also we really understand the local needs and dynamics is very key to success. And the way we actually summarize in Turkey is we are bridging Silicon Valley with Grand Bazaar. So this is the way we see it. The mindset of data, process, and systems in Silicon Valley, they of course implement them into our operations. But of course, we also understand the know-how, the experience, and the human dynamics that we actually refer as Grand Bazaar in Turkey. So our goal actually is to definitely understand the local dynamics and offer the best products that are relevant to the end user in that region, offering with the best quality of service and being always there for the customers even after the sales.
Thank you very much for your speech, Mr. Murat, and we are pleasure that Hepsiburada is going to open in our country in Azerbaijan also nowadays. Thank you very much. Yes, my next question is to Mr. Ayhan Gadashov. My next question is, can we get information about the services provided by Azexport for Azerbaijani manufacturers? What kind of facilities are waiting for us?
Hello, Mr. Orkan. Thank you. Thanks to all organizers for this great meeting. I think it will be very interesting and very useful meeting for all of the participants. First of all, I want to inform about the azexport.az portal. The site azexport.az was created by decree of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Ilham Aliyev, on creation of a unified database of goods produced in the Republic of Azerbaijan. The portal Azexport, now managed by the Center for Analysis of Economic Reforms and Communication, is database of products of Azerbaijani origin, as well as an accessible and unique platform which ensures the sale of Azerbaijani products in foreign and domestic markets. Opportunities, I want to talk about opportunities offered by the azexport.az. It stimulates export, undertake marketing research, promote the Made in Azerbaijan brand, simplify the export procedures, also provide transport and logistic services, integrated into international and national payment systems, also to the post office post services. expand the scope of the foreign market by placing Azerbaijani products into the international trading platforms with which the Azexport.az integrated. And at the end, Azexport.az portal issues a free sales certificate. Also, the portal Azexport allows exporters to obtain all required documents in an export assurance with only one's electronic application. This process is made easier by providing information on the documents required for the country where the products are exported by entering minimal information on users online. The online single export application makes the acquisition process more efficient and fast by reducing the research required into access of the following documents. Using the online single application, exporters can get origin certificate, veterinary certificate, free sale certificate. The online single application also help our national exporters in custom declaration and other documents for export.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orhan, for your presentation and for your speech. Mr. Emin Vali, or yeah.
Yes.
In recent years, influencers are especially one of the most frequently heard issues. My question is to you, which direction does this trend of using influencers go to, and which aspects should we consider while working with them? How can we work with influencers effectively?
First of all, I would like to thank you for this meeting, because we are mainly talking about the e-commerce and e-export, and my speech will be based on this direction as well. And strategically, Keepface has a target to cooperate with the companies who sell online. This is our strategic direction, and we believe that while working with online companies, e-commerce companies, we can truly prove the persuasion power of the influencers, measure it, and show it on the performance. And during the pandemic situation, our initial vision proved itself in the life. We were telling that each person is an influencer. And as for being an influencer, you don't need to be a famous singer. Any person can become an influencer, and pandemic situation proved that. We saw a lot of ordinary people who gave detailed, valuable information and got followers. And they were forced to do that because traditionally people are getting information from two sources. First, official and organized source like government, like our friends in this meeting, and also media, organized media. But the majority of the main aspect that is creating the public opinion is the peer-to-peer communication, which we are focused on. And during this period, micro and nano influencers show 10 times more performance, more results on return on investment than the celebrities. For that reason, we are currently offering our clients performance-based influencer marketing campaigns, which means that client pays to the influencer not just for the awareness, but also for the concrete tasks and business objectives that influencer helps them to reach. It can be traffic to the website, addressing niche audiences, and of course the conversion, the ultimate sales. And with our 300,000 social media influencers from all the globe, we help producers, drop shippers, and the people, the small and medium enterprises who target other countries, cross-border campaigns. We offer them unique chance to reach their niche audiences and use the persuasion power of the influencers to create the trust of their new products for this country. And from that perspective, KeepFace allows brands to agree with influencers on performance base while addressing them at scale. So, and how we did that, we did it through the automation. We automated brand influencer collaboration process, which again allows them to collaborate at scale and collaborate them cross-border. So Azerbaijani wine producer can easily sell his products in Kazakhstan while showing them, while promoting them, for example, with Kazakhstan influencers of Caucasian origin. This is just an example. So finding the most relevant influencers, understanding their audience, and agreeing them on the performance-based collaboration model is the key for success while using influencer marketing in 2021. And this is my advice for the e-commerce companies, e-export companies. Thank you.
Mr. Emin, a proper communication is vitally important in the target country in the terms of marketing. What will be your advice to companies in this issue? How they can work with influencers effectively in the regions locally?
First, make the influencers love your product. It means giving the samples, sending the samples to the influencers, and making sure that influencer really enjoyed the content, enjoyed the product. If influencer enjoyed the product, he or she can create sincere content and get into the depths of the product, which is very hard to deliver while communicating the display marketing, for example. And it's becoming very expensive to communicate the depths of the products and functionality of the products. For that reason, first advice is that make sure that you are finding the right influencer who have the interest of your product area segment, and start communicating with them while offering your product, and again making sure that influencer agrees with you to collaborate on performance. So you try, you learn, and you optimize. And our tool gives the possibility for the brands to try different influencers, especially new and fresh influencers from their different regions, and we are decreasing the cost of experimenting with new influencers. So you can even test them with your own product. And you furtherly, once influencers created content and you saw from your traffic that this influencers traffic is selling, and then you continue working with this influencer and build long-term collaboration model, making sure that influencer continuously uses your different products, and even you can block him or her to use the competitors' products. So there are a lot of details in this, how to maximize the ROI, but for realizing all these, brands should really get into the technology of this, get into the data of the influencer performance. And our tools gives this possibility.
Thank you. Thank you, Emin Vali. Excellent. Dear guests, Mr. Anar Suleymanov, Mr. Murat Emirdağ, Mr. Ayhan Gadashov, and Mr. Emin Vali. Thank you all for your valuable comments and speeches. I hope it was a beneficial and well-oriented panel for all of visitors. Again, I want to thank all World Summit organizers, especially Nail Babaoğlu, and wish the permanence of their success. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you, friends. Bye-bye.
Dear viewers, recently we have viewed and watched a very interesting discussion between our panelists. Many thanks to everyone. And now we're going to continue. As we know, one of the main areas that WorldNet Summit covers is the startup ecosystem. And I'm sure that we have many startup and investors among our viewers. Are you seeking to raise venture capital for your company? Then here are the key trends in the venture capital market that you need to keep a close watch on. Please welcome our panelists, Denis Yefremov from Fort Ross Ventures. Then we will have Alper Jalan from Enhance Ventures, and this panel will be moderated by Leva Abu Khaid from DALL Ventures. Please enjoy.
Hi all, welcome to this. I'm very glad that I'm moderating this interesting panel. Thank you, Albert. Thank you, Dennis, for joining us. It will be more like a conversation and discussions that will matter how you as a venture capital builder, as a startup studio, as an investor, how do you think? What startup should really look into it when they approach you? And we'd like to be as more engaging as discussion as it's possible to do. And please feel free in stopping me, debating me, and discussing whatever points we need. And I would, if you allow me this, I would like to start with Alper. And I would, as a venture capital myself, I'm always really intrigued with the startup studio concept. So I just want from you to tell the people what is startup studio and what is really the main differentiator from other norms of investments that in the market.
Sure. Thanks, Liwa, and nice to be here. We are Enhance Ventures, and we are a startup studio. We're one of the first ones in our region. We operate out of Dubai and Riyadh for the whole Middle East and Pakistan and Turkey region. And we're a bit different than the typical venture capital model. We do invest in startups, but we invest in startups that we start. So we have founders for these, startups, and we fund them, and we also are co-founders to them, and we help them. We have our own tech team. We develop our technology. We have our marketing team. We do the early marketing, and we see the venture from ideation, coming up with on what to build together with these entrepreneurs, then to validation, to creation, and then growth, after which we, at a certain point, when we feel the venture is mature enough to stand on its own, we spin it out and then raise money externally and have it scale up outside. And we do this in parallel. We don't do it serially, so we do multiple ventures at the same time. It's a way of, especially in early stage ecosystems, it's a way of building seed stage or pre-seed young deal flow of certain quality proactively, instead of waiting. You are a venture, capital investor, and our advantage versus you is you have to wait for a brilliant team to walk in with an amazing idea. We're kind of turning it, upside down and saying, let us come up with brilliant ideas and see if we can find great people to do them with. They have positives and negatives and challenges of their own.
How many times you've been questioned with the question that, how do you focus? How do you really focus on the idea? How, as an investor, I will be convinced that you are focusing on the that I invest in?
So, for one, we have individual founders for each venture, right? So we are co-founders to them, and what we provide to them benefits from doing things in parallel. The fact that our studio is focused on vertical marketplaces. We have a vertical marketplace engine, our technology, our tech stack. The fact that we've used it multiple times and we continue to improve it is a benefit to the fact that we're doing things in parallel. But the individual entrepreneurs that are, in a given venture are doing only that. So the only unfocused part actually gets benefit from being unfocused. We have a large database. We can share it across ventures. That's benefit from it.
That's why the concept of startup studios globally is becoming one of the most important drivers for the new economies. Dennis, and I would love first for you to identify and to tell people what you are doing. And then I have a couple of questions for you. Go ahead, Dennis.
Yes, thanks for that. I'm really glad to be here. I serve as principal at Fortress Ventures. We are the mid-market venture capital firm focused on the US and Israel primarily, and primarily on the mid-market stage, like early growth stage, Series B, Series C rounds. That is our sweet spot. We are either co-leading or leading the rounds, or less frequently in the last couple of months we're doing follow-on investments. I also serve as the venture partner to one of the accelerators, European accelerators called SeedStars. We focus on basically on the post-seed startups, so kind of startups in between of the two financing rounds, helping them to boost the sales and reach Series A status.
Yeah, Dennis, I'm really, sometimes startups really are confused about post-seed, seed, early stage. Now, let's say that with your acceleration program, if you can tell all startups, what will make you say yes to startup that I'm really willing to explore investing? Give me your top 3 reasons that you will not let go any startup without, in order for you to say yes, let's go and invest. Share us with you your thoughts about that.
You know, I have, in basically this implies from the thesis that we have, I have 2 different views from the acceleration perspective and from the investment perspective, because and it's pretty simple. If the startup is coming to an accelerator specifically for the funding, this is not a good fit, because acceleration is for something else. It's for, you know, testing the hypothesis, some pivots, some you know, extensive network consumption, in the sense that a startup is really have already found a sort of a product market fit, but it's really the question whether it's scalable or not. And if the startup is coming seeking for funding in the first stance, that's not a good fit, I think. And that's maybe the number 1 reason, unfortunately, to reject. The second one is basically coming also from the strategy that we have, because we are focused on emerging markets. If you're willing to scale in the US and you're coming to SeedStars, that's not the best place, because in the US there are a lot of, I mean, more advanced accelerators that are on the ground, right? And if you come to us to scale in Latin America, for example, or in Southeast Asia or in India, we are good fit for that. And that's the top 2 reason, I think. Top 3, I don't think there is top 3. But from investment perspective, that's the same stuff, but quite different. So we are focused on the models that are scaling already, having, let's say, 7 million in ARR, like 7 to 40 million, I would say. And this gap is like for 1 or 2 years. If you're a bit early, for us, it's hard. If you're late already, for us, it's already missed opportunity, in the sense that timing for us is essential. And I think here, like top 1, 2, 3 reasons are lying in respect to the let's say focus in our opportunity to help startups to scale.
Thank you, Dennis. Alper, I want to catch up where Dennis introduced. You know, there's gaps in the market, and I know you start as an entrepreneur, you were a serial entrepreneur, then you are a startup student, and you went through the whole funding rounds and everything. What gaps do you see in our region? Because I know you've been in Dubai for a while now. So what gaps in our region we see in terms of the VCs like Dennis or other VCs like us? What gaps are still yet to be filled from an investment side?
So I think there is, in general, it's not only in our region, but in general, for developing ecosystems, the Death Valley is deeper, wider, right? So I think we've gotten better and better at having teams form in our region and get early funding from angels and family and friends, but we're still seeing a lot of them fail and not be able to raise their Series A. So and that is, yes, definitely there's a talent issue there and how good the deal flow is, but disproportionately compared to other ecosystems that are more advanced, we still lack funding, right? And this is in the numbers. I know it feels like in our region, there's so much more funding available over the last couple of years, but we're still quite in great shortage. You know this from the number of deal flow that's in your daily inbox, on a day, every day. So there's still a lack of funding, and there's still lack of not only funding, but enough smart investors to help, like Dennis is doing, scale those businesses, be it from C to A or A to B. B, I mean, it's even worse, right? So we don't have that many Series B, C investors in our region, etc. So that's one thing that's missing. What we're trying to address, though, is even like before that there's a talent issue still. There are not that many founders that have tried, and failed, or tried and succeeded and doing it again, etc. Right? It's a very nascent, still early stage ecosystem. So we want to have more people drawn to the startup world, and our model as a startup studio is more attractive to a certain type of talent that otherwise would not take a risk on entrepreneurship. If you think of, if you're a management consultant living here in Dubai or in, let's say, Riyadh, you have 2 kids, you're in your 30s, you have a mortgage, the kids go to school, the schools are expensive, etc. Your wife or your husband is not very, happy about you potentially not taking a salary for 2 years, right? But you would be an amazing founder, and you have amazing drive. You're highly intelligent. You get how things work, etc. You have a network, but you cut yourself out, right? So we as a studio, we tap into a talent pool that is otherwise just not available for people to start things on their own. And the other thing that people are kind of afraid of is nobody, I think maybe one difference between studios and venture capitalists, I think venture capitalists are looking for superhumans, and this is a good debate always. My wife is a VC, right? So this is a house. So I think VCs are, if you look at typical website of a VC fund, they'll say, we're looking for exceptional talent to support and to build amazing companies. It's almost like, VCs are looking for the Superman and Wonder Woman, right? And we're coming from a different angle. We're saying there are not that many Supermen and Wonder Women, right? Everybody's lacking something, and where they're lacking, can we build a platform in which we support them and increase the chance of success? You may be an amazing marketeer, amazing brand person, and understand consumer in your given market, but not understand our tech stack, which is quite complicated, right? Or you may be a great technical co-founder and not be a great fundraiser, right? We can go.
I totally agree. Yes.
So those are the gaps that we're trying to fill in and try to increase the chance of success by doing things. Can we do things faster and cheaper, right?
Yeah.
And the talent pool that is not otherwise available.
To echo your what you're saying, I've just was another webinar just before this webinar in Egypt, and there's an amazing number of talent people that were in the webinar. And what you said, there's no Superman and Wonder Woman. There are collective efforts that need to be enhanced and need to be invested in. So that's why I want to ask Dennis now. Dennis, Albert said venture capitals always look for the super. Yeah, that's true. We look for Superman and Wonder Woman, and we want to, what we call it, the no-brainer investment opportunities. Right. Nonetheless, and I really want to understand, we say yes for a second meeting as venture capital. Now, and I want to see what due diligence process. Do venture capital really pay that much attention for due diligence? And what are the factors that you say yes in your first meeting, and we are very interested in this startup, and then when you do the due diligence as an investor, you say no. So I really want to understand this dilemma in oh, come on, man, we met, you like my opportunity. Why did after the due diligence you said no? There's so many startups keep missing this.
That's a very good question, I think, and I don't think there is there is a simple answer to this question, because honestly, a lot of things might happen during the due diligence. I think there are some things that, well, a good example is during this COVID when it started, right? A lot of things went positively. I don't even understand how travel startups are feeling right now, because I think they had very, very positive discussions with a number of investors, and like external reason pushed them out of the of the focus for a number of investors, right? So external things also matter, always matter. The second thing is, well, we always are facing with very ambitious stories behind the startups, right? Behind the progress, behind the agreements, etc. But due diligence is for that, to check all this stuff. That's not bad if you're if you're optimistic, right? But if you're misstating something, this is a very, very sharp reason to decline. And I think if you find something which is a misstatement, that's very bad, and that's not occasionally the case, because it might have happened in different aspects in the business, in the commercial agreement, somewhere else. And the third, I think, it's well, because the deal conditions might have changed, because like we are doing a pretty deep due diligences, because like we're trying to understand, let's say 95% of what the company is doing, speak to clients, check the technological space, because our team is balanced with the business experience professionals and the tech professionals. So we are among other VCs where we are trying to be deep in the technology. And a lot of small things may happen to, write this remaining 5% as very crucial for us. So it's hard to say, I would say, but that's happening sometime. But well, in my experience, that not very frequent, honestly speaking.
Do you think 2021, the post-COVID year, that the due diligence or the things that we as investors look into the startups will differ?
Well, I don't think so, because I think, well, despite all pros and cons, economically we are performing relatively good, because I was personally expecting that the hit would have been much harder to the well, there are of course different industries that are suffering, and they're like on hold, in crisis, whatever. But the technology sector broadly is gaining momentum, I think, right now, and the transformation that that people are doing, and the businesses, the corporations are doing within this limited time it's impacting the decision-making process in the future. So I think 2021 will be more under control, because we didn't expect the hit this year, right? But now we understand that the hit is now, and what is the source of this hit, right? We just need to find out what will be the implications. And within this problem, we from three aspects, we close two. So we have just one aspect, to think about. So I think 2021 is a good year for investments and for strategic planning for the startups as well.
Yep, Alper, and I just want to catch up with Dennis. So, and I agree with Dennis. I believe 2021 will be a positive year for investments. And I see 2020 for me is a positive year for investments. Now, I want to take it from your perspective, because maybe VCs look at differently. Now, from Startup Studio perspective and from you as a serial entrepreneur, and you raised and you keep raising for other investments, how did you see 2020 and how will you see 2021?
So for us, we were investing and we were raising capital for our fund at the same time in 2020. In many ways, the pandemic did not have a negative effect on our business. In fact, for some of our ventures, it was a very positive effect, and they said they became profitable even at seed stage, etc. On fundraising and investing side, we were in late discussions when COVID hit, and we were expecting answers and results from our fundraising of our own, a major round, for, I would say, April, May timeframe. That slowed down, right? And that got pushed to the fall and even now. And that's okay. I think it was expected. We immediately understood what was happening, because we have a great network of investors and VC friends and family members, etc. And we did not push. And I think that was a smart thing to do. We could afford not to push. We had runway in our business, and businesses went, as I said, profitable, etc. For us to invest, we saw it as an opportunity. We were, for example, we were going to launch a marketplace. I probably shouldn't say it because we're going to launch it soon. So in 21, we were going to launch a marketplace. And COVID made it much more difficult to justify launching like during a pandemic, because it requires people to meet in person and and do business in person and interact in person, etc. So we put it on the back burner. And we immediately said, okay, we're not launching that next. What are we launching next? And we came up with Tujar, the venture that we, beta launched very quickly over the summer. And it's a platform to help long tail retailers to sell and market themselves better, right? We wouldn't have found that or thought of that if it wasn't for the pandemic. So I think for a lot of investors, if you look at what happened in Saudi Arabia, that actually investments have skyrocketed versus 2019, right? Again, a lot of investors saw opportunities in investing in things that were positively being affected by the pandemic, and we did the same. Going forward in 2021, I think it's interesting because on one hand, the pandemic is continuing, and a lot of parts of the world are in lockdown, and it's sad and it's tough on humanity. But there is the hope of the vaccinations coming, and at some point in 21, there's going to be herd immunity, and business is going to kind of resume a bit of sense of normalcy. One positive thing that I think is going to happen, though, because the pandemic took place, is that investors will start looking outside of their pre-COVID cocoon, because everybody got so suddenly comfortable with doing business over Zoom as we're doing it right now. Yep. And everybody's so much more comfortable saying, oh, like if we don't
totally agree.
Yes. Right? We don't have to go to work. Maybe I don't have to just only invest in Europe, or I don't have to just invest in UK. I can invest also, let me stretch it and look at Poland, or let me stretch and look to Middle East, right? Time difference is still an issue. It's still difficult for us to do business with Silicon Valley. It's 12 hours away, right? How do you have a call? It's just difficult. But I think there's going to be an expansion happening in 21 in both investment side, that investors will look to a wider region, which is great for ecosystems like us that are just coming up and booming, but still need like smart money coming from outside. Also, I think a lot of startups and a lot of ventures will start looking wider region, because they said, oh, okay, like me doing business in Dubai with Abu Dhabi is not that different between me doing business in Dubai and Saudi, maybe, because everything is happening over the phone anyway, right?
Yep. Yes.
So I think there is going to be some positive things. And of course, by definition, as an entrepreneur, I'm eternal optimist. So I must see the positives, the silver lining in this. But we already see this happening, with our, friends either in venture capital space or on the startup space.
I totally agree. And Alper, even from our side, we invested in countries that before the pandemic, we did not expect even to explore it. We invested in Vietnam and we invested in Azerbaijan. And now we are doing due diligence in Argentina and Mexico. So yes, the pandemic forced everyone to think broadly, go out of your comfort zone. The world is filled with opportunities. And that's what I want to ask Dennis. When you told me that you're focusing on emerging markets, we see tons of opportunities every year. And as a venture capital, as an investor, you try to say, I don't want to see this anymore. What is your recommendation for startups to focus on in 2021? Especially you are dealing with so many emerging markets. So you've seen more and you've seen a lot. So where do you think that we really should focus on for the coming year?
Well, first of all, I just wanted to add some comment to the previous discussion on the globalization. I certainly agree with that, but I think it's important to remember that despite the changes and the opportunities to pursue some sort of alternatives, most of the traditionals we see, and we at Fortress with the same mindset. We always set our strategy for like 7 to 10 years, right? And that's impossible to change it dramatically. It's possible to fine tune it a little bit with the locations, with the sectoral focus, etc. But we still believe that the long-term strategy for us is on the mid-market to focus on the US and Israel, where we had historical focus. And we will be doing some new things. Like Alper said, we are raising a new fund that will be focused on Eastern Europe as one of the hubs among the emerging markets. And speaking about SeedStars, SeedStars made an effort this year to, actually last year, to put this global and make the program virtual, to increase the number of people from teams that could participate in sessions, in coaching, in networking, in communications, etc. And pandemic helped to make this, sharper and happen. And I think that it's good. And at the same time, this is an opportunity for the startups. For example, if you're locating in any sort of the region, but you understand that product market fit analysis gives you that, for example, like Japan is your perfect market to sell your product. Now you have an opportunity to reach a lot of your potential customers remotely, and that will be well accepted. And I think that's very important to take this opportunity seriously, because maybe in half year from now, things will be getting back to, let's say, old normal. They will be not the same, right? But still, well, I think we will need to admire that a lot of things in the tech space is hyper local. So we tend to focus on sort of communities, and it's very hard to build them online, right? But now there is a momentum when this kind of opportunities exist. So I would advise startups to take this time, the new year break, in a sense, to think about the markets for their products and to think about their strategies for this year.
Excellent. Thank you, Dennis. We are running out of time, so guys, we need to keep on the time, and we already started late, but nonetheless, Alper, me and Dennis, we are venture capital and we are investors, and we are the other side of the coin, and you are also as well as an investor, also an entrepreneur. Now, if you are allowed to change a couple of things in the mindset of investors, what you will change?
Good question.
I always want to hear it from your side.
A lot of my friends are venture capitalists. Some of my best friends are. My wife is one. My partner is an ex-VC. The discussion that we always have as a startup studio, as kind of like the flag bearer, kind of early startup studio in our region, and we've been on a mission to like educate the whole ecosystem about what are startup studios and why are they bring advantage to our markets, etc. I'm always surprised that investors, and I want to put this in the right form, that investors that are in the business of investing in innovation can be somehow so indoctrinated in doing things in only one way, right? You're in the business of new, literally. And I am as well, right? Like I always, if I am too stuck into a certain thoughts, I shake myself and I tell my partners and my senior leadership or my mentors and advisors to tell me as well. So that is one thing that I think, and that comes with seeing 800 or 1,000 pitch decks a year, right? I think there's this the human brain ends up having to somehow typecast things and like simplify things and say, oh, not this, not that, and kind of look for the kind of one or two archetypes of things. But if you look globally, the model is not as successful as it should be. I don't think.
I agree. Yeah.
As humanity, we're just not that good at building new companies. And this is no fault of studios, VCs, accelerators, incubators, governments, etc. I think we need to first come and say we have to change some things around, and I think investors, founders, governments, all the stakeholders have to be open to new ideas.
Yes.
To first say, okay, we have a problem here. Our success rate is just not good enough. If everybody has to find a unicorn to call it a success, it's so.
Well, that's hard to achieve. Yeah, I agree.
We go and talk to investors, be it government investors or family offices or our VC friends, and we always say, look, this idea, this is a different thing, right? Are you open to listening to a different idea?
Yes.
And it's surprising to see so many people who are not.
Yeah.
Although they're in the innovation space.
Yes. I wish that everyone would listen to it. Dennis, if you have the chance to change a couple of things in the mindset of a startup, what you will change?
Well, I think that I will change the probably the widespread logic of sunk costs economy that is very, very common. I think it should be more balanced in any case, because it's really hard to achieve the sustainability, and maybe that's the reason that we are not building a lot of sustainable companies. That's
I
because
absolutely agree, Dennis. I absolutely,
very aggressive goals. So probably that's the main thing.
I would add to it. I see quite a bit of deal flow as well. I would add to that I think a lot of founders, especially in the early stage, think that money will solve it all.
Yes.
Top priority. If I only had money, I can. Usually, money is not the top priority. The top thing is
yes.
there are things that you can fix. And of course, money is needed, but I see that too often.
I think we are about on time. I just want from you, Dennis and Alper, 1 minute, your recommendation, 2021, whatever you want to say. Say hi, Merry Christmas, all for sure, but tell me one sentence you are delivering it for 2021. Dennis, Alper.
Well, from my perspective, I just want to repeat what I said a little bit before. So you use this time carefully. We are already in one of the biggest turbulences that we've experienced I mean, as the world, and use this time carefully to think about new opportunities that are coming from this crisis. And Merry Christmas for everyone.
Merry Christmas for all. Albert.
I think to us, Inc.com just had an article recently, and they said that 2021, one of the main trends in the startup world is going to be the startup studios. So to us, finally we're getting, stage globally. There are about 600 studios live around the world now. It's not 60, it's 600. And half of those were not around just 4 years ago. Yeah. I think we're finally going to come of age. Kind of like, when Y Combinator, 500 startups, Techstars came and like made accelerators a known thing and then an important part of an ecosystem. I think in 21, startup studios will be another great addition to a healthy ecosystem as well. And just Merry Christmas to everyone, and I hope this pandemic ends and does not take too much of a human toll as it ends, and hopefully we can go back to a very hopeful and fantastic 21 and build amazing things. It is time to build.
Thank you, Albert. Thank you, Dennis. I hope I was a good moderator for you, and I really wish to meet in person soon. And I will leave it now for the panels to take it over from here. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Liwa. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
Dear viewers, as soon as our Venture Summit has finished, now it's time for our next panel. In this session, we're gonna tell the startup ecosystem in Turkey with the help of the panel held by Galata Business Angels. This is Turkey's premier angel investment network, bringing together high potential entrepreneurs with the most experienced investors and bringing out successful digital entrepreneurial stories. We are operating as a non-profit association, investing in digital and innovative business ideas in every sector. With excitement and with a big pleasure, I would like to announce our next speakers. Umur Özal, then we will have Özge Öz, Serkan Ünsal, and this panel will be moderated by Ata Uzun Hasan. Please view and enjoy.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So warmest regards from Istanbul. My name is Ata Uzun Hasan. I'm Managing Director of Galata Business Angels. Today, we are going to discuss Turkish startup ecosystem, and to provide you with a holistic view, I invited distinctive guests tonight. So we have Umur Özal, who is the partner of VC, Valuta Capital Partners, and at the same time, he's a member of Galata Business Angels, and also he's a very active angel investor here in Turkey. We have Özge Öz, who is the partner of QM Beyond. It's a corporate venture capital and accelerator program here in Istanbul. And last but not least, of course, we have Serkan Ünsal, who is the founder of Startups Watch, and he's keeping the pulse of our startup ecosystem, and he keeps all the updated data about our ecosystem. And if you're ready, we're about to kick off, and I would like to start with Serkan. So Serkan, welcome. Very happy to see you here. And so what a year it was, 2020. So besides the COVID-19 lockdown, it has been a year to remember for Turkish startup ecosystem as well. And so why? Because we had our first unicorn and increasing interest from both local and international funds and more competitive startups as well. So Serkan, you're following our startup ecosystem from a long time, and you are like the almanac of it. So you can feel the difference that is happening in the last decade, and what has really changed if you just have a look at the data. And can you tell us some numbers proving this change, like the number of gaming companies, etc.?
Yeah, sure. Before 2010, there were lots of bootstrap startups in our ecosystem. Our ecosystem can also be called bootstrap ecosystem because lots of startups bootstrap their idea. After 2010, lots of startups started to get some angel and VC funds, and it started with Peak Games, Trendyol, and Marcofoni. After that, lots of VCs, angel networks, angels established after 2020, 2012, and all numbers are double, tripled, etc. And for example, in 2010, there were only 6 accelerators, and just some angels are listening to startups. Right now, there are 57 accelerators, and many of them are inviting VCs, local VCs, and international VCs. And right now, before 2010, there were only one VC fund, Golden Horn Ventures, and they are just giving convertible debts to some startups. Right now, there are 40 local funds, 40 Istanbul or Ankara-based funds established, and their dry powder is $400 million right now.
Is that both VC and corporate venture capitals included?
Yeah, but if a corporate has established a separate arm, then it's counted. If it's not a separate arm or it's
Okay.
just a department, then it's not count. It's $400 million are waiting for Turkish startups right now. And in 2010, there were only one exit. Right now, up to now, there are 20 exits. And one of them is Unicorn, as you said, Peak. And also, there are lots of startups establishing every year. Right now, just in Istanbul, there are 170 game studios in Istanbul, and it's the second by numbers in Europe. The most of the game studios established in London, and the second one is in Istanbul. All those numbers shows that there's a great improvement. There's a great improvement by numbers in VC funds, accelerators, incubators, number of startups, number of funds, etc.
Yeah, actually, the numbers are speaking by themselves, so it's super impressive. Thank you, Serkan. So, Umur Bey, so you are one of the well-respected angel investors, and you are also a VC partner for a long time, and you are not only investing in Turkey but also investing in Europe as well. So, in your opinion, so if we make that's a compare and contrast type question. So, what are the pros and cons of Turkish startups? Maybe a bonus question, actually. So, because you are investing in different stages like pre-seed, seed, Series A, if you're a foreigner VC or investor coming to the Turkey, what is the right stage? So the best stage to invest in Turkish startups? Is that pre-seed, seed, early stage, or Series A?
Okay, well, thank you for your kind words. It's a pleasure to be part of the WorldNet Summit. And as for the pros and cons of the Turkish startups, we have, as Turks, a very entrepreneurial approach. So that's embedded in the founders. On top of that, we have a good number of startups, and most of these startups are driven by need-based ideas. And that's actually, I think, a differentiator, and that's why we have so many relatively successful startups. Another pro would be we have some very credible schools that translates into good talent. We have a relatively young population and a high internet penetration. On top of that, Turkey actually in itself is a very large consumer and gaming market. And we should also consider that Turkey is a relatively competitive, has a relatively competitive cost structure. What that means is a senior developer costs only 27% of a senior developer in Silicon Valley. So it's almost 1/4. And on top of that, we have incentives and grants from the government or various other entities that make the life for any startup in this ecosystem much easier. As for the cons, even though I truly loved actually the numbers Serkan provided, 40 funds and almost $400 million worth of capital, this is still a very shallow ecosystem. We still have lack of layers for funding, and that creates actually a problem. On top of that, Turkey is actually a very strong market in itself, but it does not have much of an international exposure. And I would say the last con is maybe it's a little bit of a Turkish thing or a Mediterranean thing. We have the laziness tendencies. I quote it actually as not all founders are equal.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Of course, there are exceptions. I mean, there are some phenomenal guys and girls there who actually do incredible work. So my hat's off to them. And
what the stage? So which is the best stage?
Well, I actually, if I may, I would like to separate that into parts. If you are an individual, then I'm assuming you're coming as an angel investor, I would suggest seed or seed extensions. Because usually, because of the proof of concept or product market fit, pre-seeds are very, very dangerous. And if you are a corporate or institutional entity or a VC, my suggestion would be seed extensions, Series A or B, and I'll explain that. Again, the Turkish market is very, very fragmented in terms of its funders or investors. A lot of micro VCs and small scale VCs. And that means money is very, very scarce. And that actually is valid for follow-on rounds, meaning B, C, and D, or even further. So percentage-wise, the returns may not be, it may be inferior to the earlier rounds, but you make definitely money. So if you're asking me if a very well-established VC were to come to Turkey, if they're not extremely well connected, I would wait and then invest in Series B.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So that's a great answer. So you basically what you say, if a Turkish startup succeeds to become a scale up, basically they really succeed, right? So yeah, it's a very, very important point. You know, I didn't underline it before, but I totally agree with you. Thank you very much. So Özge, I have some surprising questions to you. So you definitely were surprised with those. So be ready for that, please. So from the first, I think we met 5 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. So and you are playing a very active role in our ecosystem, especially in the corporate venture capital and the accelerator part, and also in the fintech as well, because basically you have been always in working with the banks. And can you please tell us, about the background of the corporate involvement to the startup world? And because the boardrooms, like the chair and the board members and the CEO. So basically, what are their motivation to come into this ecosystem and why they are really involved with the startups? But I know that you are also following the global ecosystems as well, and basically, if you name a corporate venture capital, so what should be the role model of the Turkish CVCs? Should that be SoftBank, Amazon, or G Ventures, you name it?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure. Well, the boards follow global, ecosystems very well as well, right? Like they read the books, they see all the stuff going around in innovation. They see the huge, success stories of the big tech companies and the new players, the IPOs and everything. And in fact, I'm talking about the Turkish ecosystem, by the way, right? They see how these startups can change and sometimes really disrupt some, sectors and areas, right? Especially in financial services as well. So basically what happens in the US, in Europe, might also come to Turkey in 5, 6, 7 years as well, with a lag, right? Why is there a lag? It's not because of the people's, technical skills or anything. I'm not talking about there's a lag or a lack with the Turkish startups or anything. But as you know, in financial services, regulatory, infrastructure is really important. And the fact that the Turkish banks are really the ones who are the challengers, they're doing a great job technically and with the user experience and everything. When you compare them with their, peers in Europe and in US especially, it's kind of tricky for new startups and fintechs to come up and really do an impact in Turkey. There are great examples in Turkey, like iyzico and the others coming up, but it's tricky. But still, you always think in the boardrooms, like, what happens if the regulations change, right? What happens if we're going to have a different world around us? What happens when people are more accustomed to the big guys, the Apples and Amazons and their other services, and they're more used to these kind of services, right? We don't have Apple Pay here. We just had Amazon stores in Turkey. I mean, the e-commerce stores. But people in Turkey are getting more and more accustomed to these experiences, right? So they know their customers, the bank's customers, gonna be waiting the same experience from their own banks, primary banks as well. So we kind of have a chance to see what happened in the future, right? We see what happens in the future, but we see it in the same time in US and Europe. So we, as the Turkish banks, because I've been in 3 different banks and I'm now in QNB Finansbank, as you know, We know things can get really interesting soon. So what can you do? You can either play the defensive side, you can ignore everything going around you and say, I'm not going to be hurt by this. I'm going to be still doing great job. Nobody can, disrupt my business. Or you can think that maybe there could be a disruption. And maybe if I partner with these startups, if I can do something together with them, I'll be better off. I can collaborate with them. I can, create my own corporate accelerator program, keep them closer to me so we can do something together. So I'll be providing better experiences to my own customers or through my subsidiary companies, my sister companies. And in fact, I can invest in them. Right now, the Turkish ecosystem, I think, got this very well. Like, you can partner with these startups, you can do business with them, you can become a client of them, you can invest in them. Although we haven't seen the outcomes yet, right? Like, when you talk about corporate VCs, obviously Serkan would know much better. There has been, very aged corporate venture arms as well, but we're seeing the new wave right now. And the bets we're doing now hasn't played out yet. So we don't know financially we're going to be doing a good job or not. But the thing is, and we see it with Kyamyon Ventures as well, since most of the corporate VC arms are looking into this strategically, they always have another way of looking when they're partnering, investing in these startups. They say like, look, we're going to invest in you. Maybe 5 years later, you're not going to be $1 billion company. Hopefully you will be, but maybe you're not going to be $1 billion company. But still, because of this relationship we're building together, I'm going to be, having a lot of return on my innovation side, my investment side, and you're going to be happy as well from this partnership, right?
At least they're going to have a very loyal customer, like if
maybe
if
like
it becomes a very big company.
When it's a corporate VC, I mean, as a startup, there's always the saying like, corporate VCs are usually, dumb, slow, whatever. But it's not the case all the time, right? If you're fast, if you're well adapted to the ecosystem and the rules of it, because you have a usually huge distribution channel, know-how, expertise, and everything, I think it comes an interesting partnership. That's what we're trying to do with Kyamyon Ventures as well. When it comes to the examples, I'm actually looking I try to follow everything, like, the GE Ventures, the like totally financially motivated guys, and also like the guys like, City Ventures and, the others, the more strategically aligned guys, similar to us. But what especially intrigues me like lately is like Stripe investing, Atlassian investing. So what I mean, like, these guys used to be startups, as all the companies used to be, like, technically. But these guys were like the proper startups, right? Now they're huge behemoths themselves as well, Atlas, Stripe, and the others. And they started investing. So when a startup looks at them, they're like, these guys know what I've been through. Like, these are the best operators. And they're investing. And still, they invest with a strategic mind as well. Salesforce is the similar thing. Salesforce Ventures have a similar thing. But again, it sounds incumbent when you say Salesforce, but it's not the same with Stripe, Atlassian, and the others. For instance, Slack, right? So I try to look at them closely, and I think mostly they're going to be doing great bets because they have the platform, they have the structure, they have the know-how, and most likely they're going to be acting as fast as a VC can. So I think they're going to, like I said, be doing big bets, good winning bets. Obviously, this is always like, it's going to be a time-telling thing, right? Who knows? 5 years later, 7 years later, everything's going to play out, right? In 10 years. So
by the way, I'm quite surprised that you didn't say fear of missing out, because it's a really big trend, right? So we see lots of corporates that are, today I just had a call from a very big company here in Turkey, and they asked me, we are about to launch a corporate VC, so what is the first move that we should take? That was the question that I received, and that's a new thing, right? I didn't heard their name before, and they're not the only one, by the way.
Yeah, FOMO always drives lots of stuff in this world, as you know.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Özge. It's super impressive. And by the way, I hope that you become the new Stripe, like the Stripe VC of Turkey. So it's I think it's super impressive. Thank you.
Hopefully. Thanks.
So Umur Bey, as Özge said, and also Serkan mentioned about it. So besides the corporate venture capitals, we also see raise in the number of the VCs, as I just mentioned. And to be honest, yesterday I had a pre-screening call with a startup, and they say that they get an investment from XVC here in Istanbul, and that was the first time that I heard them. And to be honest, as you know, I'm kind of active here, and I was quite surprised that I never heard of them. And there are also some new business angels that are coming on the stage, and recently. So, what is the main reason for this increase? So, what is your theory about it? And especially for a Turkish VC partner, why they are excited about this market? Maybe you can also explain it from the point of view why the limited partners are investing into the Turkish VCs.
Okay. Well, it's true. Number of VCs and angel investors have increased dramatically, and I think the primary reason is private placements in private equity and venture capital became an asset class because of high yield potentials. We all see it on paper. It's incredible. Nothing can touch it. And on top of that, since 2007 and 2008, there are a lot of quantitative easing programs collectively for Fed, Central Bank of Europe, Bank of England, and Bank of Japan. There have been 6 rounds that they have collectively done QEs. That means there's plenty of money in the market, and some of that money trickles down to developmental financial institutions, DFIs, or sovereign structures. And these DFIs or sovereign structures dominate or drive most of the European and Middle Eastern VC environment or scene. Nowadays, almost 80% of all the VCs in Western, Central, and Eastern Europe and Middle East have one or more DFI as investor. To sum it up, what it means is the more money is available, the more willing it is to go places. And on top of that, if you ask me why the number of VCs and angel investors or angel networks are increasing, because there is no entry barrier. Anyone who has a little bit of money in his or her pocket can actually have a business card printed and say, I'm an angel investor. And who are you to judge them? Or how can you, contradict that? And it's very much similar for the VCs in continental Europe. If you have let's say a sum of less than 100 million euros, there is no regulatory authority that requires you to have any sort of license to manage that money. So any VC team that has enough people, the only requirement they have to actually kick the tires and run it, or get it off the ground is just have money. That's it.
Yeah, I agree.
And what makes actually, a specific market interesting for VCs? I'll give you actually the general answers, and then I'll actually provide some examples, and I'll relate it to Turkey. Number one, you need to have some sort of previous track record. You have to, for example, Silicon Valley, San Francisco, Boston, Austin, London, Singapore. These became actually brand names. Why? Because there are a lot of companies that originate from there and that have become unicorns or decacorns or whatever they have become. So those are the hotbeds for in these places. Or ability to nurture the startup ecosystem, or availability of talent, or money for follow-on rounds, or incentives, special tax breaks, or capital gain waivers. If I were to invest my money, I want to make sure that I can actually extract my money back once I have actually some sort of exit. You need transparency or rule of law or ease of exits and capital repatriation that I mentioned. And you have to have actually some sort of a benchmark for that to happen, meaning what sort of a time frame that happens. Nobody wants to sit 20 years. We probably won't be around in 20 years. So we want to make sure that we actually get our money back. And this happens a whole lot faster in, say, Silicon Valley. In developed markets, it's between 3 to 7 years, whereas in underdeveloped or money-deprived markets, it varies between 6 to 14 years. So what makes Turkey interesting for VC investments is, as you guys actually mentioned before, there are a bunch of great examples in Turkey, be it EasyCo, be it Peak, be it Gram, be it Yemeksepeti. I mean, we have a bunch of great companies that have been exited or sold, either total buyouts or strategic investors. And I mean, the success story attracts. Then in the ability to nurture startups, yes, we have a relatively decent ecosystem here. It may be shallow, but it's quite willing and it's well-natured. So it does actually everything in its best to accommodate those requirements. Talent-wise, we're not doing too bad. I think we're getting good talent. And the only thing I think in the long run we will need is more money. And we have the incentives. For example, in Turkey, if you own a company for longer than 2 years and you actually exit the company, you don't pay taxes on that. So that's actually a decent thing. And with regards to transparency, yes, we have, I think Turkey is quite transparent with regards to the transactions. And rule of law, well, yeah, I mean, the judge is still out there, but let's say it cuts enough mustard to get us going, and we're still all doing that. You know, we haven't hung up our coats and walked away.
Yeah, okay. I think that was super helpful. I totally agree with the things you have mentioned. So about the transparency that, you know, Umar Rezal just mentioned. Second, you know, I personally believe that, you know, one of the reasons why a startup ecosystem is very attractive, why we are talking that much about Silicon Valley, because there is data, right? And that's public. So we can, you know, if I want to see a company that receive an investment, you know, I just can type it to the Crunchbase and get the relevant rounds, the total investment amount, if it's available, the valuation, etc. So therefore, I totally believe that investors and the startups are coming to the transparency. So data providers like Startup Watch are playing crucial roles in this sense. So what do you think about the Turkey? So is it easy to reach data if you compare it with the, you know, the other countries, especially to the closer geography? And about the, you know, being attractive for the foreigners, we see lots of Azerbaijani companies are also, you know, appearing here in Istanbul. We had some meetings with them. So do you believe that, you know, with this transparency, are we becoming an attraction point?
Thanks. Myself, I am calling Startup Watch as a compass for our ecosystem.
It is.
Because if you don't have a compass, you are not knowing where you are going. Sometimes we are helping VCs. Sometimes VCs are saying that we want to prove that, for example, we want to prove that Series B is missing part for our ecosystem.
Yep.
And we are trying to prove that part to our LPs so that they will give us some money. And we are looking at our data and saying that, yes, after Series A, there are some missing financing option. For that reason, we are helping VCs with that data. Sometimes we are helping regulators, for example, Ministry of Finance, etc., because they are saying that should we give some grants to Series A like companies, tech companies, etc. We are also helping them. Sometimes some foreign investors are coming to us and saying that there's a great hype in Turkey. Why there's a great hype? We don't know why. Can you help us about which industries or verticals should we invest, etc. For that reason, we are helping lots of people with our compass. If you read the compass very well, you can guide them very well. And by transparency, for example, for Greece, I don't know what's going on in Greece because there's no data about Greece. Because especially for Southeastern Europe, there's no data for that. if you go to Western Europe, there are lots of data. Dealroom is great at that part, dealroom.co. And for US and UK, Crunchbase is very well. CB Insights is very well. And you know lots of things about those countries. But for nearby countries like Greece, Bulgaria, etc., there's no data, and they are like missing part in our world ecosystem, startup ecosystem. For that reason, if you have data, you can see what's missing, what's planned to offer, etc. For transparency, etc. For if you enter the Chamber of Commerce site, you can see lots of funding data, and it's free. In Western Europe and Northern Europe, every Chamber of Commerce data, funding data is not free. You should pay some money. For example, I think it costs 4 to 5 euros just for one data of a company. In Turkey, it's free, and you can walk through all day in Chamber of Commerce site, and you can see lots of funding and capital raise data. In US, you can read SEC filings. There's not like our Chamber of Commerce data, but it shows lots of things. And in Israel, they have some great data. You can see what's going on in Israel. But for Southeastern Europe and Middle East, you can't know what's going on very well.
Very happy to hear that. So in terms of data, basically we are looking really transparent, right?
Yeah.
And do you also agree that that become a reason for attraction for both startups and investors?
Yeah. Actually, for one thing I can add is for US and UK, you can see lots of VC data and private equity data, but for angel side, you can't count angel data in US, UK, etc., because they are not counting $10,000 angel investment, $20,000 angel investment, but we are counting every part of that. And sometimes they are saying that, explicitly saying that we are excluding angel data less than $100,000, but we are adding $2,000. Very explicit data we have. And it's good for startups, by the way, because entrepreneurs also need some compass. They need to know which investor should I go, in which stage should I go, etc.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. Serkan, I would like to thank you for showing us the Nord. I think that really matters. Thank you.
Thanks.
So Özge, again, so you can keep the pulse of our startup ecosystem because you are also running an accelerator program. So you get lots of applications from both pre-seed and seed stage as well. So what do you think about the next big thing coming in the Turkish startup ecosystem? So because you know the progression of it, so you can remember the 5 years ago. So if you compare it to 5 years ago, what has changed?
Well, actually, I see better decks, first of all, better applications, more and more a global vision. Do I think it's enough? I don't. I think there should be more, globally focused startups coming up. We have huge success stories, right? In Turkey, Yemek Sepeti, Sahibinden, Trendyol, which were local plays, right? And they did a fantastic job. When it comes to conquering the world, becoming a global success story, there are less examples. We do have great examples there as well. One of them, Insider, which you guys know very well through GBA.
Yeah, because we are investor of it, right?
Exactly.
Okay. I saw the Peak Games as well because basically they were selling all around the world.
Game, obviously, it's in its nature, right? You're basically global day one. And the good thing is for people who are in the game space, like founders, like the users are very close to you as well. Like Turkey, Serkan knows much better, obviously, about that as well. Like Turkey is one of the biggest markets when it comes to mobile games as well. So you're close to the users and you can do something which can go global easily. What I see and what I hope to see more is, SaaS startups, right? Because it's similar to, gaming, where it's something you can scale much easier, quicker. The operational side is less heavy. Obviously, there's different niches there when it comes to SaaS, like B2B SaaS, which kind of SaaS you are. But when it comes to, no-touch SaaS, where the user, the company, the SME, whatever, can, just land on your page, get excited about the message it sees there, try to understand the value, gets a quick demo, and becomes a customer. That means you basically can make a French guy, a European company, anybody or any company in the world, a customer of yours. So I'm hoping to see, and I kind of see that there would be more and more SaaS startups and verticals and founders coming up, because obviously we don't have any other chance, right? Like we know the arbitrage, the devaluation of Turkish lira, unfortunately. So when you make 100 customers from Europe versus when you make 100 customers from Turkey is a totally different story, right?
Yeah.
So you have to think globally. I mean, it's a great chance. And the good thing is, that's what I tell to my portfolio companies as well. We have 4 investments so far. I'll tell them, when I introduce them to European, US investors, I'll tell them the one thing they can't dispute: we're going to be burning less than our competitors. Nobody can burn less than us. We're going to survive much more. And the thing is, we're doing this in Turkey. So we've been through lots of turbulences. We know how to struggle with ups and downs. I think we're like survivors there. So think about us, that we're going to be surviving much longer with less money, but we have the same aspire to conquer the world. And I think that's something they can't dispute, right?
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
true.
By the way, that's a part of Turkish culture, right? We are very good in surviving somehow.
Yeah. As long as you keep your operations and R&D and everything in Turkey, and you do the country expansion, the sales and marketing outside of the world, you're totally uncompetable when it comes to burn. So I think that's a huge advantage. And that's what I'm hoping to see more and more. And we do see that actually with our with the upcoming applications and the corporate accelerator program as well.
So basically, to sum up, you said that we learn how to sell not only to Turkey but also the rest of the world just from sitting here in Turkey.
Yeah, that's what we need to think about and try to do.
Yeah. Okay, we're well set. So I have a common question to all of you. So we talk about basically majorly from the upside of our ecosystem, and I really wanted to be transparent about it. So in your opinion, what are the areas for the improvement? Actually, Umur Özal, you were saying, and you just said that you have something to add about it. So area for further improvements.
Well, that was actually one of your, wow, okay, because I forgot to answer one of your questions. I was actually writing about
Maybe
that.
you can edit here, yeah. All right.
Sure. You asked me about the point of view of LPs, and come to think of it, what we do is actually the cornerstone of basic capitalism. We're here to make money. Unless you operate with a very strict mandate, such as a DFI or a fund of funds, your primary concern is to make money through investments.
Yeah, and also actually with a margin as compared to the ordinary deposit. So we have to make more money.
Yeah, exactly. You don't. I mean, unless you have a very social or environmental obligation, that's what we go out for. So, from the point of view of LPs or investors, investors who invest into funds, I think there need to be 3, 4 things. You need a very clear exchange of information. Again, transparency throughout all transactions. I'd say, ability to repatriate your investment to the fund in a favorable environment or terms.
Yep.
And I'd say some sense of urgency, meaning the VC managers or GPs usually walk to the drum of their own, to the beat of their own drums, whereas LPs don't necessarily have the same sort of expectations. So if you can actually align those things, and I think Turkey started actually accommodating some of those requirements in the right sense. So that's why we see actually a lot of foreign investors coming and investing into funds as well. So that was the point of LPs. Now, as for areas of improvement, I keep on saying the same thing. We need definitely more money. $400 million dry powder, fine, but this is a country with 85 million people. On a global scale, I think we generate close to 1% of GDP. And our allocation for the VCs is less than 0.4%. Last I looked, but Serkan probably has better numbers on that.
So basically, sorry, Umur Bey, you are just saying that the portion that VCs and angel investors are providing to the ecosystem is low as compared to GDP?
Money, I mean, among global money or the pool of funds, what we are getting compared to what we produce is very little. So there's definitely
okay, got it. Share. Okay, yeah, GDP share then. All right, got it.
Then I mean, we have a very high youth unemployment rate, so maybe we can actually retrain that idle workforce so that these people can contribute or participate somehow. I'd say increase quality of talent either through real-world applicable education or training, because you asked me about improvement, possible areas of improvement. And if we cannot do it in a very short period of time, which is probably impossible, then I would say we all complain about brain drain, right? People just go, like places westward. So maybe we can actually be the target for a lot of Central Asian or Middle Eastern countries to come over. And we can provide a more accommodating environment for them. So we can be the center for actually the brain drain. We can attract some talent. India, Pakistan, Iran, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, or some countries in the Middle East, we can actually encourage them to come over here and participate in what we are doing. I actually strongly support crowdfunding initiative. So maybe actually I heard that the regulatory authority is encouraging that as well, but I don't have actually the latest news. So that would help definitely for the ecosystem. And maybe last but not least, London, for example, has AIM. It's the alternative investment market. We have the Istanbul Stock Exchange here, but underneath we have regional markets. If it were much easier to actually float a company here, and if we could actually open it up for international players so that they can deploy capital more easily, that would make everyone's life easier. You don't have to be $100 million company to go public, and then you can do dual listings somewhere else. But just get off the ground. If you have scarcity of money or funding, then actually create another system, and that would certainly attract some institutional investors in as well. That's my 3 cents.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So Özge, what would you like to say about this? Room for improvement.
Well, the improvement, what always comes to my mind is always more liquidity events. We should have more exits. How can we do that? There could be 2 ways, as far as I can see. Either there's going to be buyers outside of Turkey, which is always tricky because it always looks to the macro environment as well, right? Like, is it safe to buy a company in Turkey? Is it not? How would it, play out in 5 years, 10 years, right? It could be sometimes tricky. But when it comes to local buyers, you don't have that kind of concern. So what I think it's going to happen, by the way, because I saw the change, like you said, in 5 years, how big companies, enterprises looked at startups and how it changed. We can become their customers. We can partner with them. We can have them right in our own building with our own corporate activities. We can invest in them. The next phase is going to be eventually we can buy these guys out. We need these guys. We could acquire these guys. It started, I remember 1 or 2 examples from this year, like a proper incumbent buying a proper startup, right? It's going to happen a lot, I think, in 2 to 4 and 5 years. And then everything's going to change. Why? Then the angel investor is going to say, hey, look, this could be easily a $30 million, $40 million company, and this enterprise can buy these guys. They already bought 4 more companies, right? Or there's going to be new startups coming out and saying, okay, we can make serious money in this thing. Like, we can have this thing, and there's lots of buyers outside, inside of Turkey as well. So I think this M&A culture will also change, and big companies, when they get used to the idea that maybe the talent is outside there as well, and maybe when we have this talent within our organization, we can have a much more bigger impact. Like, obviously, like Facebook would be never a good example in this context because they never were an incumbent. But right now, obviously, they're an incumbent. They were an incumbent for Snapchat. They were an incumbent for Instagram. And Mark Zuckerberg managed to buy Instagram. He didn't manage to buy Snapchat, but he could have. But he managed to buy an Instagram, and look at the upside, right? He did. Same with Google and YouTube. There are examples where in Europe, in US, where an incumbent buys a startup or a scale-up, whatever, and the outcome is huge. Obviously, it doesn't always play out that way, because sometimes you just buy it and you close them because you're threatened by them. But still, there's a liquidity event, and some people are happy about it, right? The angel is happy about it. The early stage investor is happy about it. Maybe the founders are happy about it as well. So we need to have these happy outcomes more and more, and that's going to happen with the culture change with M&As, and I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, definitely well said. And Serkan, what would you like to add to that? So, any room for improvement in our startup ecosystem?
Yeah, we need 2 things for improvements added to Umur and Özge. One is we need more global thinking entrepreneurs, because Yemek Sepeti, EasyCo showed us that in local you can get some money and exit for $200 million, $500 million, etc. But we need more global thinking, global success stories. And the other thing is we need more Series B, Series C rounds, and both are related. If we have lots of global thinking entrepreneurs, we will see lots of Series B, Series C, because if you showed your numbers like $100,000 per month recurring revenue to a VC, you can get lots of Series A rounds, but to get some Series B stage, you have to go globally. By staying here, by staying in Turkey, you can't get Series B or Series C. You need to be global. It's the gate for globalization. For that reason, we need more global thinking entrepreneurs and more Series B, Series C stage.
Yeah, but when you say Series B, Series C, you are referring to the VCs funded here in Turkey and supporting Turkish startups, or you're just talking in general?
For Turkish startups, we need 10 Insider, 10 EasyCo, etc., 10 Gram Games. We need to multiple all of those international thinking entrepreneurs.
And also maybe some strong Turkish VCs that are supporting them in Series B and Series C as well. Maybe that will definitely fasten the process.
Yeah, actually, if you create a Series B VC company in Turkey, your funnel will be very low, very limited, because if you walk around for Series B stage, you will get 10 or 15 startups, scale-ups. You need to increase that.
Yeah, very well said. Maybe one last thing I can add to the things that you have said, maybe specifically to Özge, about the exit side. I really wish that we have some, eased IPO process for the startups. So that will definitely, help more startups to join in the game. So that will be one reason to have more startups in our ecosystem. And I believe that's going to happen as well, because I heard about some news that some startups are actually scale-ups are preparing to go through that path. So, so the last question, but it's not the least, maybe that's the most important question. So I kindly ask you to tell us 2 startups to follow from Turkish startup ecosystem that are, possibly $200 million plus valuation. So, and they're, somehow good opportunity to invest in. Maybe our audience might be interested in that. So, Umar Özal, what would you like to say about that?
Okay, I'm a big
You
fan
are more than welcome if you say more than 2, by the way. So more is better.
How about I give you 4?
Okay, go ahead. So
Um,
sorry, audience. So I think you should, be ready with your pencil and the notebook. Just write it down.
Since I'm a big fan of AI, one of the real AI companies in the whole region, all the way from Estonia down to Middle East and further east to India, I'd say Tarentum. They're a great team, incredible team. They work very, very diligently, and they have some very good products that are in real life applicable. So they're great.
Okay.
My second candidate would be a robotic process automation company. That would be a direct competitor to UiPath, but with regards to processes, they're actually much simpler. Whereas a regular robot through UiPath system would be able to undertake 6-7 processes and different things. This one does one robot does one automation work, but it's much cheaper, and it's quite scalable because it's great for SMEs. Their name is Chronica. I'm a very big fan of them. The third one would be actually a GBA, Galata Business Angels investment, Garay Sepeti. I think they're on their way to some good progress. And since actually data companies, especially financial data companies, are doing really well nowadays, we've seen 6-7 examples. Since he's with us, I'm saying Startup Watch.
Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, it's well said. So don't miss this opportunity. Okay, Serkan, so as you have the ball. Sorry, Özge, you were saying something? Sorry. Okay, Serkan. Startup Watch, so that's number 1 then.
My votes are for Mutlu Bir Ev and Apsiyon. One is for cleaning service, one is for property management. They are my favorites.
Mutlu Bir Ev and Apsiyon. Okay, well said. Özge, I know your answer, but okay.
I have to be political here, man. Like, what I'm serious about, like the audience, somebody who watched this later on, check out www.qmbeyond.com. It's a great corporate accelerator with great teams who are gonna do great stuff. There are more than 15 companies there that you can find details about. You should watch all of them very closely because they're all fantastic teams.
Okay, you don't make any mistakes. Okay, I get it. Perfect, 100%. Okay, Serkan Ünsal, Umar Özal, and Özge, thank you very much for being us today. I think we clearly, we showed the big picture about our ecosystem with the, upsides and downsides as well. So I think we had really be fair about it. And besides, being from this startup ecosystem, I think, I believe you have been really objective. As a moderator, I can say that. Thank you very much, and have a good weekend. So I wish you a happy New Year for all the audiences in healthy days, and happier days, and prosperous days. So bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
small boat on the ocean, turning big waves into motion, like how a single word can make a heart open. I might only have one match, but I can make an explosion. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain, I will scream them loud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is my fight song. Take back my life song. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if no
Keep going. Never give up. You can do this.
leaves, 'cause I still got a lot of fight left in me. No, I've still got a lot of fight left in me.
Selling at internet is all about filling long and boring forms. But not anymore. Creating product card with PayMe's is simple as chatting with a friend. Answer to the simple questions, take photo, and voila! PayMe's created the product card, which you can share and sell at any platform. Start to sell immediately with low commission, without downloading any application. Pay with messengers.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers, we're still going on, and now I will pronounce two fantastic words. Silicon Valley, the dream of main startuppers. But there is one startup and the person that created the path for many successful startup stories today. Technology icon and philanthropist for more than 30 years. Steve Wozniak has helped shape the computing industry with his design of Apple's first line of products by founding Apple together with Steve Jobs. I'm very excited and honored to welcome him and to say that we will have this living legend at WorldNet Summit right now. So please welcome Steve Wozniak and Jason Pfeiffer.
Hello, my name is Jason Pfeiffer. I'm the editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine, and I am so excited today to talk to Steve Wozniak. I could, of course, spend our entire time together just listing off his biography. I will not do that. Instead, I'll keep it quite short. Everybody knows who Steve is. Co-founder of Apple, a pioneer in personal computing, and now the founder of WozU, a online tech-focused education company. Steve, I am so pleased to talk to you now because I think this is a time in which people are, of course, quite unsure of the future, and you had a big hand in creating what I think we think of as the future. And I'm curious to start off with your insights on what you think entrepreneurs should be looking for now as they are thinking about where opportunity is and how to focus themselves in what feels like such an unsteady world.
It's funny, the world seems unsteady, but I really haven't seen a drop in entrepreneurships, in ideas, or in big companies and business. I mean, Apple became $2 trillion companies. So the tech industry, the digital industry really hasn't been impacted, and that's the sort of entrepreneur I'm thinking of. Entrepreneurs are the same as they've always been, pretty much. You can't have a company like as huge as Apple, think of every little idea and application in the world, They just, all they really see is inside their own building, pretty much. Whereas you have people all over the world, entrepreneurs that see, here's a need, here's something I could do that could improve, maybe a different geography, maybe just a certain product line or category or service line in the world. Here's how I can make it better. Here's how I can make it simpler. And they're all over. You can't stop that. You also can't stop the built-in desire to be curious and to be creative. That's in everyone. And sometimes it gets shut down in your younger years and you turn out not being so much a free thinker and an inventor, but there's still, you can't stop that from always being out there. There are people that are saying, what's interesting in the world? What can I do better? What do I have skills at that I can employ them and show off to the world, even if it's not just working for the same company, 9 to 5, although that's okay too. Wherever you can do something good for the world, you just can't put people down. Some people have no skills though. That's an issue. No education. That can wind up limiting your opportunities. But that doesn't apply to entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is more being interested in something than even having the skills to do it and talking to people. This would be a great idea. That inspires you, and motivation from within is worth more than all the skills you could have.
I love that answer. I feel like what you're saying is it's inside an entrepreneur already. These might be different times, but an entrepreneur has always gone into this knowing change is going to happen, that a constant learning, a constant curiosity is the thing that's going to get them forward. And what is a pandemic, I suppose, except for one giant version of the challenges and change that they would have otherwise already faced?
Yeah, well, I'll give you an example why entrepreneurship is almost benefiting from what's going on now, which is you have a couple of types of digital developers, say. One is a well-trained at the university digital engineer. You give them a project, they know how to design it. They've studied it, they've done it before. Maybe they've done it for 40 years in their life already. And yet then there's another type that says, I have this little idea. I wonder if it'd be possible. And the ideas just float out of heads, and they aren't things that exist right now and have formulas in books that 1 million people could build. Oh, I'm going to run a laboratory. I want to make something on my own. I want to be a maker. I'm going to try to prove to the world this actually works. I'm going to show it to my friends and they'll be impressed. That's the inventor. So the inventor is different than the engineer, and entrepreneurs are obviously much closer to the invention side. That's why they always say to be successful, you should think out of the box.
Mm-hmm. Steve, let's shift over to sort of same thinking, but really focused on technology, something that I think a lot of people are talking about when they are watching technology, at least from the outside, is the way in which these past few months of the pandemic have shifted the way that we relate to and think of technology. Obviously, there are examples like the growth of telemedicine, the way that everybody is now talking on video, the way that we are now. But what are your thoughts on how these shifts that we've had in consumer behavior, in marketplace needs, what is that going to lead to in terms of the next technologies and the next opportunities in technology for entrepreneurs?
Well, a lot of changes in life aren't that obvious or even happen that fast at first. And obviously, I'm in Silicon Valley. We were used when the pandemic hit, work changed. How you live your life became a lot more working at home, having meetings from home, having meetings online like this. And now I think that gives us a chance to say, oh, it could work. There was a time when the internet was around and nobody was selling anything. And everybody was saying, don't dare put your credit card online. Wait a minute, you go to the store, you show them a credit card, they get all the details, and you aren't willing to show that on the internet to one party that you're trying to buy something from. So I jumped in real quick saying, hey, this really isn't a concern, but a lot of people held off for the longest time. Now look how important a part it is in our lives. As far as how do you detect what's good for the future, it's still going back into your own heart. Be your own market. Market of one is good, that's the best. Because you know what, if you have a decent head, you know what is good, what is elegant, what is simple, what works the right way versus what does the job, but it's just kind of clumsy and ugly. If it's partly for yourself, you want it to represent yourself and to be your own beauty in a product. So So think that out, and then you'll know what you want to do, and and you'll be motivated to work hard on it and to make it successful. Of course, you'll need more than just development talent. Entrepreneurship requires business thinking, marketing thinking, and engineering. The engineers are so clever, and sometimes they're left out till last. Business plan, and I'll raise some money with venture capitalists, and then I'll hire some engineers somewhere in the world. An engineer directly involved in with what the product is gives you a huge advantage over the rest of the world.
Steve, I feel like very infused in that answer is this observation so core to entrepreneurship that you need to be focused on what people need right now. Don't focus on what they needed before. Don't focus on what you were good at before. You need to be always thinking about what's happening right now. But of course, the brilliance of Apple and the brilliance of your work is that we always felt like you were one step ahead of understanding what people needed next. And I wonder what your advice is to entrepreneurs as they try to figure that out today.
We were ahead, and we were leaders. And even in recent times, who was the first to use Touch ID to get around passwords? Who was the first to have a simple to use tap to pay with a phone method? Apple. And then all the other companies would jump in and follow our lead. And we've been a leader since day one, and we felt that way. We were a little bit advanced in our starting product. You can't always guarantee that, but that's part of the Apple culture now. We want to lead the world. We're so huge. How do you build 10 million of something and still bring in, oh my gosh, the firstness and that leadership? It's much harder when you're this large, but we focus more on the person than the product nowadays. How does a person work? What do they want? How do we amplify their lives? How do we make their lives better? And not what are the specific features of a product. I mean, until recently, Apple kind of always had a good camera in their phones, for example, but now they're kind of stepped up to the top position. And I always want Apple to be first and keep up that reputation. That's what the brand is. Remember that a product is worth a certain amount of money, and a brand is worth extra money just because you've been good.
Mm-hmm. So if I can just put that back to you, I feel like a big secret of how Apple has been thinking that you're saying is that it was really all about understanding the user and what they needed and what their pain points are. And then you build the tech to it instead of just thinking tech focused, which is, I think, maybe what trips up a lot of entrepreneurs that just get so focused on how do we make a cool gadget instead of how do we solve a problem.
Right. You want to be focused on the end user. I was a teacher for 8 years, elementary and middle school. And what I learned was it's less important. Well, when I speak, it was important that I speak good words that are accurate, but I have to have two heads in my own. My head, knowing the subject, and the student's head, knowing what they know, what level they're at. And then I was much better at teaching in a way that they would always understand me. And that's a good skill, knowing what others are like and what they want. Obviously, if you're the market to begin with, you know yourself. But knowing about others, that marketing is an important ingredient. When we started Apple, our funder and our adult in the family taught Steve Jobs and I that, our starting product, the Apple II, came from engineering. But he said that marketing is more important than engineering. We're going to be a market-driven company. Marketing is going to make the rules, and engineering will follow it. And we might have made a lot of marketing mistakes in those days, but we lived.
Seems to have worked out. Steve, finally, let me just ask you this. So we are speaking to an international audience, a lot of them in Azerbaijan. Now, everybody around the world wants to develop innovative ecosystems. And I think when people around the world think of innovative ecosystem, they first think of Silicon Valley, an ecosystem that you had a large hand in building. What is your advice? What lessons did you take away from that experience that people who are in more developing ecosystems, who are trying to create that spark that has existed in Silicon Valley for so long, how do they think about it, and what are the necessary ingredients?
Yeah, everywhere I've gone for decades, people are saying, how do we have the next Silicon Valley here because it's so economically promising? And my answer always then was, well, it's got to grow organically. We grew organically, but we had the early start, especially when things grow exponentially with Moore's Law. the inventor of the transistor moved to Silicon Valley. It wasn't called Silicon Valley back then. It was just orchard trees as far as you could see. And he started this company to build a transistor. Even today's chips, all the building blocks of computers to this day are based on the transistor. Everything digital, even analog. So that was lucky to have the early start. And you build up, build, and become very large. Now there are a lot of companies that are trying to set up new plants and new offices outside of Silicon Valley. There are, in Silicon Valley, a large percentage of people work in technology. But in a lot of other places, in Los Angeles, California, in Southern Florida, in Austin, in Pittsburgh, Boston, a lot of other places, very similar numbers of people now work in technology. So we have a lot of other technology hotspots. And places around the world like Azerbaijan, I'm totally for them. You got to find the formula, but it takes time. You've got to build. And the first success is the key one, because now you have something to work from, to inspire others. You even have more money to invest in and create others. And so I'm always hopeful wherever I go that anywhere in the world finds these places. Now we're finding today, obviously, we thought for a while, the only technology in the world, the only revenues come from Silicon Valley. But now look at how that's shifted towards Southeast Asia and China and so much of that. And they obviously have their own ways. So when we started Apple, we were just sitting here not knowing anything. We're a couple of kids. It wasn't known as Silicon Valley yet, but we had some skills that, here's an idea and we can build it, and it should make people more productive in their lives. How far would it go? It's hard to see the future. When we started Apple, the amount of memory that would hold one song cost close to $1 million. Do you think we ever envisioned, it's going to be iPod someday? No, you don't look too much further away, but do what you can do now. Look for areas to make money. Now, the big, huge companies of the world, the digital companies of the world, have a lot of control now. Governments have a lot of controls. The best thing that a government can do to inspire Silicon Valley is to offer any benefits they can, taxation, but more or less get the word out. We are for you. We want you to have success in, where we are, because you'll be the start of something that will grow and grow and grow and give us a future revenue source, a future product for our country.
So it's like if the government can't create it, but what they can do is they can invite people to come together, knowing that they're going to be supported. And that way you can have some smart people come together, start to create, investors come to start to support, talent starts coming in because they're excited and inspired by the people who are already there. And as you said, it just grows.
Try to get the smartest people and even put some of your government resources into that.
Steve, it has been an absolute pleasure talking to you. I am so grateful for your time. We all are, and your insights in this crazy time that I think both of us share is still full of lots of opportunity.
Thanks. I'm glad to be here.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, honorable viewers, first of all, I would love to express our gratitude to everyone who is still watching us, who is sharing our experience and learning from WorldNet Summit. And now I would love to drag your attention to a very important moment. It will be a life story. It will be very interesting and remarkable life story. Elena Koenig, 11 years old cancer survivor. Despite the fact that Elena missed many school days while going through aggressive chemotherapy, Elena's test results for middle school was one of the highest. Elena is now a 6th grader at Eastside Middle School, and she has raised over $1 million for childhood cancer foundations. And now she will be with us. Please welcome her to hear her story.
Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion. Like how a single word can make a heart open. I might only have one match, but I can make an explosion. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. I will scream them loud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is my fight song. Take back my life song. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if no
Keep going. Never give up. You can do this.
leaves, 'cause I still got a lot of fight left in me. No, I've still got a lot of fight left in me.
Hi, my name is Ilana Koenig, and I am a cancer survivor who created an organization called the Koenig Childhood Cancer Foundation. When I was almost 8, I was diagnosed with cancer. It was one of the hardest days of my life. My parents were crying, I was devastated, and things just went downward from there. I lived in the hospital for 1.5 years. I had 9 cycles of chemo, 15 surgeries. I lost my hair and the pain everywhere that will never go away, including scars. On my last day of chemo, I was so happy that it was over. Because of the pain I went through, that day was like incredible for me. There was no more pain, no more needles, no more surgeries, and my doctor was so happy for me, he got me cupcakes. When I was walking out of the hospital room, I looked around and saw other children who were going through the pain that had just ended for me. I looked at my mom, and that convinced me to start a foundation that helped other kids battling cancer, and it ended up changing kids' lives and my life. My family and I started the Koenig Childhood Cancer Foundation, and our mission is to support children battling cancer emotionally and financially. It is kid-founded, founded by me. Kids lead it, and the adults support the kids. We posted a video about my journey and about how we started the foundation on Instagram, and it got 149,000 views because people were so touched by my story. CBS 2 News also was so touched by our story that they immediately contacted us and did a story on us. We also have 100 influencers and bloggers who are supporting us. We are also supported by New York Senator Liz Krueger, Selena Gomez, who donated to KCCF, and we partnered with 2 hedge funds who donate their money and time. This is me on a FaceTime call with Selena Gomez. This is the video that CBS 2 News posted and put on TV.
7-year-old Ilana Koenig, there is no better song that describes her battle with cancer than this powerful anthem. She's already beaten cancer. Her focus now, helping others beat it too.
If I got through this horrible disease, if I got through this horrible time, then they should know that they're going to get through it too.
Ilana was 7 years old when she was diagnosed with a rare type of bone cancer. The chemotherapy so excruciating that even after treatment ended, she couldn't forget the pain or the kindness and generosity of those who helped her pull through.
I feel like I got something and I want to give back.
This February, Ilana and her 9-year-old sister Sabrina decided to found Koenig Childhood Cancer Foundation. The girls started with the money from their piggy banks, then bake sales, and now an online fundraiser. They've raised tens of thousands of dollars, the money going towards goodie bags, paying children's medical bills, and throwing virtual parties.
I know what she experienced because I was there when she was going through a lot. So I know how it feels to other kids. If we raise enough money, maybe even stop cancer.
Ilana says no goal is too ambitious. In fact, her beautiful rendition of Fight Song on her Instagram page has already rallied volunteers from around the world. She says she hopes to raise millions of dollars.
From Azerbaijan, Sweden, Europe, Israel, they all want to help.
Like a small boat on the ocean.
Her work already sending big waves into motion. On the East Side, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
As I said, CBS 2 News was so touched by our story that they immediately contacted us, and we did a story right next to my house. We also met up with Congresswoman Maloney's office on Zoom, and we talked about how we will support her current efforts towards helping children battling cancer, and she will endorse KCCF for the grants we applied for. We also got on Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center's newsletter because we delivered PPE to the doctors and the nurses when coronavirus was going very tough. I wanted to give back to the doctors for saving my life. The impact we are creating is we helped 30 families with children battling cancer with their medical expenses. Mothers need to take a break from spending all that money on medical bills. And so we help them a little bit by donating money to them. We also create care packages and bring them to people in the hospital. We have birthday parties and online events. Because of coronavirus, they can't have that in person. We also babysit kids to give the mothers a break and give them a little bit of time to live their life. We also did a campaign where we supported a bullied child with cancer. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we also provided 2 hospitals with PPE and medical supplies. We also educate all volunteers how to treat children and how to work together to help these kids. 5 businesses globally donated toys, candies, and goodie bags to KCCF for our families, which was very kind of them. These are examples of the children that we helped. This kid over here, she got coronavirus while she was going through cancer treatment. And so this is me gathering supplies for her to make her life easier so that she doesn't have to go outside. Our goal is to raise $500,000 in 2021. You can help us by donating to www.thekccf.org, and you can partner with us. You can also volunteer. You can reach out to us at 1-212-470-2763. And our email is rena@thekccf.org. Our website is www.thekccf.org. Our Instagram is Ilana Lila Koenig. Our YouTube is Ilana Lila Koenig. Our Twitter is @thekccf. Our Facebook is thekccf.org, and TikTok, Ilana Banana Split, and our other TikTok is KCCF Official. I hope you liked my presentation, and if you have any questions, you can definitely send them to my website, www.thekccf.org. Love you.
Dear viewers, dear ladies and gentlemen, that's all about WorldNet Summit 2020. Within 2 days, we did our best to be helpful, informative, and interesting. But we're not going to stop on that point. Maybe tomorrow morning we will start preparations for next WorldNet Summit, which will be held in 2021 in October. Of course, we wish you good luck, to be healthy. Just take good care of you and join us for the next year's WorldNet Summit. See you in 2021.